Es lunes, por supuesto. Estoy seguro que algo se me está olvidando, pero bueno, vamos a comenzar sin más ni más. No hay de otra. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana, que la hayan pasado muy bien, que no les duele el estómago el día de hoy por comer porquerías como a, pues, no sé, a los tontos, ¿no? Básicamente, que no es lo que me está pasando, por cierto. No, por eso estamos tarde. Discúlpenme. Estaba muriendo esta mañana, pero estamos aquí ya, vivos, coleando, más o menos coleando, porque no tenemos cola, tristemente. Pero bueno. Sin más ni más, el día de hoy, este fin de semana, les quería platicar, este fin de semana, antes de comenzar el Casino del Tío Sal, ustedes lo saben, ahorita viene Farhan y Alex, este fin de semana tuve muchísimas conversaciones con diferentes personas en diferentes industrias y fueron por diferentes razones, no es como que fui a una conferencia de gente que está hablando de negocios, etcétera, y me di cuenta de una tendencia grande, ¿ok? Y esta tendencia grande yo creí que solamente le estábamos viviendo ciertos jugadores en línea con ciertas cosas, pero aparentemente no. Y es justamente lo que habíamos platicado antes. Les había contado y les he dicho siempre con mucha paciencia, como por ejemplo con lo de Rivian, ¿no? Todavía no me huele a que Rivian está listo para ese rebote tan potente que todo el mundo esperaba. Y ahí lo tenemos una vez más el día de hoy, abajo 8%. Así que esto va relacionado con ello, porque va en relación a todo lo que es el mercado. Y esto es algo que tienes que saber para poder tomar ventaja de, si es que se llega a dar. Ahora, de nuevo, no estoy aquí para predecir nada, yo estoy aquí para contarte lo que yo pienso que va a pasar y esto es lo que yo voy a hacer, ¿ok? Saben que hace 2 meses les dije, yo me salgo de este mercado se está yendo de lado y no me interesa esta jugada de que me voy a ir de lado y vamos a ver qué pasa. La razón por qué y también por qué decidí salirme es porque Trump entró prometiéndole a todo el mundo que iba a cortar el déficit, que iba a cortar el gasto gubernamental, que iba a contratar a Elon Musk, que Elon Musk básicamente se contrató, ofreció ese trabajo y luego Donald Trump dijo, sí, yo te di ese trabajo, ¿no? Pero bueno, ese trabajo que Elon Musk se dio a sí mismo para poder hacer el gobierno de Estados Unidos mucho más eficiente, etcétera, tiene consecuencias que hemos visto antes jugar en Argentina, por ejemplo. Cuando dejas de gastar, cuando dejas de imprimir, la única razón, lo único que creas es una bajada en la inflación. Es muy importante entender eso. Mucha gente nos han dicho todo esto este tiempo y se los he dicho sin parar una y otra vez. La Reserva Federal diciendo que van a subir o bajar intereses por la inflación es absolutamente parte de un teatro y de una transición de riqueza de un lado a otro brutal. Pero no tiene nada que ver con bajar la inflación. Nada. Subir intereses no baja la inflación. Y muchos dirán, ¿cómo de que no? Suben los precios, la gente se puede endeudar menos, no les alcanzan ni bajan. Sí, pero si los precios suben naturalmente con el mismo tipo de interés, va a haber un punto donde la gente ya no pueda comprar más también. Entonces, lo único que estás haciendo es dándole al mercado un huesito, entendiendo según ellos lo que está pasando. Pero si en verdad quieres controlar inflación, tienes que hacer lo contrario que hicimos cuando creamos toda la inflación. Cuando creamos toda la inflación, a través de nuestro gran presidente Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, imprimimos el acto antiinflación y resultó funcionar al revés. Imprimimos una cantidad de dinero brutal. Y por cierto, hemos tenido esta inflación creciendo poco a poco, sobre todo aceleradamente desde el 2009, que fue cuando empezamos a imprimir dinero para sacarnos. Nuestros últimos 3 presidentes han doblado la deuda. 3, porque de todas maneras Donald Trump también entra. Obama, Trump y Biden. Han duplicado la deuda de Estados Unidos y el crecimiento de Estados Unidos no existe. Estamos estanflados. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que podemos hacer para cortar inflación? Justamente lo que está pasando, lo que ya vimos que hizo Javier Milei y lo que funcionó, lo que le dio una moneda bastante fuerte a ese peso argentino, ¿no? Y ahora, no estoy diciendo que el peso argentino el día de hoy sea mejor valorado que Bitcoin, ¿no? Tranquilos, tranquilos, paso a paso, como diría el gran Donald Trump, ¿no? El gran Donald Trump. Entonces, si estamos en un paradigma donde venimos de crear muchísimo dinero para todos, regalarlo, ponerlo en todos lados, meterlo por todas las fuentes que podamos, y estamos haciendo esto con todo el dinero, y ahora estamos haciendo lo contrario, lo que debe de pasar es deflación. Elon Musk nos advirtió, y esto ya lo platicamos antes, que en el 2026, y ahorita les voy a platicar el por qué estoy otra vez diciendo esto, que en el 2026 ya no vamos a tener inflación. Para llegar a un punto de no inflación, tenemos que tener deflación. Para tener, o puedes decir desinflación, pero en realidad vas a llegar a deflación. Ahora, esto lo puedes argumentar de un lado o del otro, ¿no? Desinflación es la bajada de la inflación. Eso quiere decir que lo que está subiendo deja de subir. Deflación es cuando la ves en negativo, lo que estaba pasando en China, por ejemplo. Y, por cierto, la línea, el balance de desinflación y deflación es literalmente, si se te va el escalón, ves cuando estás bajando la escalera rápido y pierdes un escalón, te vas todo para abajo. Esto es literalmente la única cosa separando esa gran deflación a la desinflación. Para que lo entendamos, la desinflación nos va a llevar a la deflación porque nos vamos a caer de las escaleras yendo rápido. Ahora, Estados Unidos está intentando convencer a la mayor cantidad de industrias, y lo estamos viendo con Apple, por ejemplo, que les dijo, güey, vengan, en vez de les vamos a poner tarifas y tienen toda su operación tal cual, vengan y tráiganla a Estados Unidos. Y Apple ya salió a decir que iban a invertir $500 millones en Estados Unidos, crear 20,000 trabajos más, etcétera, y van a empezar a traer su producción para acá. Hemos visto que estamos invitando a todos los manufactureros de coches, a todos los productores de coches que vengan a Estados Unidos, a nuestras empresas americanas ya les dimos 10,000, 12,000, 11,000 millones de dólares y estamos buscando que traigan su producción de México a Estados Unidos. Ahora, esto tiene muchísimas cosas que van a causar muchos problemas. La dinámica no es tan sencilla como nada, trae tu empresa ya, güey, porque no hay suficientes trabajadores y menos ahora. Y esto es justamente a lo que quería llegar. Y ahora lo que estamos viviendo en este escenario es desde diciembre, mitad de diciembre, las ventas en una gran cantidad de negocios. Yo diría que el 70% de negocios en este momento está sufriendo y está a la baja. Están a la baja de entre 20 a 30%, es el consenso de lo que he estado escuchando ahorita, ¿ok? ¿Y por qué esto es importante? Porque esta baja viene reflejada también de la falta de inmigrantes. Porque como les había dicho, si ustedes creían que la inmigración era un accidente y que solamente lo estaban usando para votar y para... No, lo estaban usando para expandir gasto y también para poder expandir la economía, básicamente, porque si les das dinero, se vuelven nuevos clientes en el sistema, compran cosas dentro del sistema, etcétera, y eso hace que todo absolutamente suba. Pero ahora tienes los dos caras de la moneda, y esto es una queja de todos, absolutamente todos los personajes con los que platiqué este fin de semana, que se me hizo brutal porque ninguno se conoce al otro. Y lo que están diciendo es, uno, tengo problemas, no voy a decir en qué industrias, tengo problemas porque los inmigrantes no quieren venir a trabajar, porque tienen miedo de que los van a sacar del país. Esa es una. Y la otra, muchos de los inmigrantes eran nuestros clientes. Entonces, ahora estamos sufriendo por esto. Para que entendamos un poco lo que estamos a punto de vivir, no es algo instantáneo. En cuanto tienes este bajón y esto lo van a ver sobre todo en las acciones de coches, esto es para mí la relación de cómo lo estoy juntando. ¿Por qué? Porque una demanda en el sector de coches es casi una antesala a lo que es bienes raíces. Porque el coche es algo bastante caro, pero que casi todo el mundo puede comprar a paguitos. Comparado con una casa, no todo el mundo puede comprar una casa ni a paguitos, sobre todo ahora con los precios. Pero con los carros sí puedes. Y viendo una baja en lo que están estimando van a vender este año casi todos los manufactureros de coches, me dice que va a haber poca actividad económica comparado con antes. Y si lo estoy poniendo todo en contexto, estoy viendo menos gasto de gobierno. Y también tienen que entender esto. Para mucha gente dirán, güey, gasto de gobierno en Estados Unidos, ¿qué tal USA, por ejemplo, era internacional? Esto no le va a afectar a Estados Unidos. Claro que le afecta a Estados Unidos porque recuerden, todo este dinero que le estamos dando a personas, ¿no? Que pueden ganar entre 1 millón, 10 millones, 80 millones de dólares al año para sus pagos corruptos. Todo ese dinero es riqueza, aunque nosotros lo vemos solamente como corrupción. Ese dinero es riqueza y esta riqueza es acumulada por estas personas. En cuanto llega Trump e Elon Musk y dicen, güey, vamos a cortar estos pagos corruptos, toda esa gente que tiene muchísimo dinero está diciendo, güey, ya no me van a caer mis 20 millones de dólares, voy a dejar de gastar. Y es justamente lo que estamos viendo en todos lados. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a tomar esto? Y aquí estoy para decirles esto. Como les dije, me voy a firmar acá. Este es el pico de Bitcoin local en los 108,000. Me falló, fueron 109,000. Subió una vez más. Cuando dije este es el pico local de Bitcoin, aquí me voy a quedar y lo voy a decir esto. El mercado, y una vez más, por más que lleguemos a hacer nuevos altos históricos, estás hablando de que no lo vas a pasar por porcentajes. Se va a ir de lado hasta que ya no se puede ir de lado y va a caer. Es lo que va a pasar. Y esto puede tomar 9 meses. 9 meses. ¿Por qué? Necesitas 3 periodos de entregas de resultados. 3. La primera va a ser mala y todo el mundo va a decir, ok, no hay pedo, van a ajustar expectativas. La segunda va a ser mala con otro ajuste de expectativas y ahí, entre la segunda y la tercera, es donde yo ya veo, porque he estado aprendiendo que mis timings siempre estoy adelantado a todo. Les había dicho hace un año que yo pensaba que el 2026 era cuando nos iba a pegar en los huevos este bajón, ¿no? Económico. De nuevo, no es que no estemos en una recesión, estamos ante esta inflación definitivamente, pero a lo que vamos va a ser casas bajar de precio, absolutamente todo bajar de precio. Y todo el mundo cree que eso va a ser bueno, pero el proceso entre aquí y llegar ahí va a ser doloroso, doloroso, doloroso de a madre. Solamente quiero que quede claro, el trade de Warren Buffett, de quedarse en cash, tener la mayor posición, creo que son $330,000, 330,000 millones de dólares en cash, no es un accidente. Warren Buffett es el mejor inversor de todo el planeta. Y le duela a quien le duela, que le guste lo que le guste, que apoye lo que apoye. Warren Buffett sabe lo que está haciendo. Él tiene acceso con el gobierno. Esa cantidad de dinero que mueve es algo importante para el gobierno cuando compras y vendes bonos. Y es el tío más informado. Y si Warren Buffett está en cash, te está diciendo que ese cash va a valer más. Y una vez más, solamente regresando a todo lo que les había contado antes, solamente lo quería poner en la mesa. Ahora, puede que esté completamente mal, que el mercado siga subiendo, que la economía se explote a la alza, etcétera. Pero hasta ahora vamos una por una y le hemos pegado. ¿Y saben cómo saben? ¿Cómo pueden comprobar esto? No me han sacado clips con ningún error hace 3 años. Y solamente voy a hablar de este año. Cuando no me sacan clips, ¿no? Todos mis errores, todas mis mamadas, es que vamos en buen camino y todavía no salen clips. Eso quiere decir que vamos en muy buen camino. Y con eso, esta fue la antesala de a lo que vamos esta semana. Por cierto, también tienen que saber, en Alemania ganó elecciones el partido más de la derecha, pero no el totalmente de la derecha. En realidad lo que están buscando es gastar más. Europa se va a hundir. El euro tuvo un rebotillo, pero va a volver a caer a mi gusto. Alemania y toda Europa están hundidos, 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 hundidos. Les estamos quitando nosotros producción, al igual que China, y nunca han creado tecnología importante en ningún sentido. Mínimo no hay ninguna aplicación como Instagram, como TikTok, ni nada así que sea europea que todo el mundo use. Así que importante saber eso para todos ustedes, ¿ok? Estaba yo esperando a ver, porque si ganaba el otro partido en Alemania, podría ser el principio del cambio de Europa y podríamos ver que valdría la pena invertir en el euro, en otras cosas no. Voy a seguir con que el dólar se va a fortalecer y sigo con el mismo cuento. Un dólar fuerte en un año, una definitiva recesión en 9 meses a un año, pero ya de esas que no. Y por cierto, cuando nos digan entre 6, 9 meses y 12 meses que ya hay una recesión, es el final. Porque ya estamos entrando en la recta final de esto. Ya ha pasado mucho tiempo y ya la gente se acostumbró a estar jodida. Por cierto. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar con este casino del tío Salo, como de que no. Les voy a traer a Alex y a Farhan para darnos comienzo en esta situación. Vamos a darle con todo. Acuérdense que vamos a traducir todo primero en español, luego nos vamos a inglés y de ahí vamos a brincar con estos análisis de todo. Y antes de traer a estos cracks, quiero invitarlos, oigan, para toda la gente que quiera tradear con nosotros, caigan al Discord. Es absolutamente gratis, tíos. Vengan, le pican acá abajo en la descripción del video, está el enlace del Discord. Ahorita lo voy a poner en Twitter para que lo puedan tener también. Esto es cómo usas Discord. Todos los menús están a la izquierda. Aquí tienes los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, tienes aquí el chat general de toda la comunidad. Vénganse a dar una vuelta. La neta, la comunidad es buenísima para apoyarse con cualquier cosa. Vengan a compartir cuánto dinero se están llevando. Hijo de, no mames, se están llevando con nosotros. Sí, vi que les fue muy bien a los que abrieron ese short en Ethereum con nosotros también, junto con los de Bitcoin y todos los demás. Así que ahí vamos. Honestamente, estos dos cracks han estado rompiendo con estas batiseñales y espero que las sigan disfrutando y haciendo dinero imprimiendo. También, si tienen dudas de lo que estamos platicando acá, vénganse al Criptolingo, la sección de Criptolingo, donde les ponemos todo en español y en inglés, qué significa qué, solamente para que estén al tanto. Y también para todos ustedes, si gustan caernos y quieren tradear con nosotros, estamos tradeando en estos momentos en BTCC. BTCC funciona en absolutamente todo el mundo. es btcc.com. Aquí está el enlace aquí abajo. Tenemos un torneo de trading. Estamos regalando 60,000 USDT, $60,000, que se van a ser repartidos entre los primeros 5 lugares. Entonces, si quieres participar en este torneo, lo único que tienes que hacer es registrarte con el enlace aquí abajo en BTCC y hacer tus trades. Y también vale la pena decir que te van a dar hasta 10% en tu depósito, 10% en tu depósito, hasta estás capeado en $100,000. Si pones $100,000, te regalan 10,000. Ya más arriba de eso ya no te dan ese tipo de depósito. Y pues es dinero gratis, así que ve y tómalo. Y también acá pueden tradear no solamente futuros de Bitcoin, también podemos tradear y pueden ver que puedes ponerle hasta un 500X, tío. 500X me lleva el nepe. Pero acá lo que a mí más me gusta es que tenemos forex, tenemos acciones, y quieres ver estas acciones, puedes invertir en Apple, AMD, Amazon, en Tesla, en el Dow Jones, en Dell, en Costco, en Google, en Meta, Lululemon, en MicroStrategy también. Aquí tenemos Nvidia, quieres entrarle, el SP500, vamos a estar mandando cortos, largos, porque esto funciona tal cual como tradeamos Bitcoin. Entonces aquí tienes todas las criptomonedas, también tienes acciones, también tienes forex, tienes de todo. Así que es todo en uno. Vámonos directo con estos tíos. My boys, good morning.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Yo,
Buenos días. How are you?
Doing pretty good. Just got back from Mexico City last night. It was awesome. I love Mexico City so much.
It's the best. It's my favorite, dude. Food is, and I saw you dressed up like Tony Montana. What was the Tony Montana outfit for?
It was my girlfriend's sister's birthday party. It was like 80s themed. So I was like, what can I do that's 80s? I looked up when Scarface takes place, 1980. I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm doing Tony Montana.
How convenient. The one outfit that I already got. No?
Yeah. And then I used to introduce myself. I was like, buenos noches. Mi nombre es Tony Montana.
I bet people loved it. Us Mexicans.
Oh yeah, everybody started
Spanish.
Dying.
Yeah, of course.
And then everybody we meet, my girl's always begging me like, please show them your curse words in Spanish. And I'm like, I don't know. And then she's like, okay, I'll ask them if you can curse. And then every single time, like, yeah, go for it.
Please. And they want to hear all of them.
And then everybody calls their friends over, like, say it again, say it again.
Of course. It's like a gringo saying majaderias. We love it. We absolutely love it. Alex, you sent an ETH short, didn't you? That is fucking destroying right now. Well done, sir.
We went live over the weekend. It was pretty good. Very fruitful, I will say. We looked at Bitcoin, 2 scenarios, but then we were able to map out an ETH short that I think filled us yesterday and is printing today. So
good for all of us and for everyone here. Now, let's get to this. The first one, Brian Martinez is here, and we're looking at Bitcoin, boys. Let's look at the Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin is coming down. Are you guys having fun with your Bitcoin yet? Because let me tell you, a lot of people are not. We are.
I'm having lots of fun. Lots. All right, let's do some Bitcoins. Let's see this. Let me just move this out of the way. There we go. So what do we have? So the weekend was actually pretty fun. I mean, usually I'm a big like sign out, don't trade the weekend or even look at it. It's kind of pointless. But what we know is on Friday, that was pretty dramatic sell-off, I will say, on stocks. A lot of bearish momentum came into the markets right before New York close, and that really sparks my interest going into the weekend when I see that. Because oftentimes you're going to have, and this is just in my experience, you have those major volatility setups often fire off during the weekend, which is interesting because you often have a lot of people like me sign off. It's not important to trade, yada, yada, yada. But sometimes weekends can be important, and it's hard to know when that will be. But right now, what do we have on Bitcoin? Well, we know that 95.5 was major support. That was like a big place that we've been just solidly waiting for. We were on the camp that if we were holding 95.5, the idea was into this weekend, we were going to see some kind of bounce. That bounce ideally would put in that bearish retest. Unfortunately, here, the price perfectly got stopped right around $97,000. And this was very interesting to me to see because we were talking about this weekend, the scenario that what I would like to see is a move back up, a nice SFP, right? Anytime we SFP that 95.5 generally leads to just upside expansion on price. And so what I was looking for is just a nice bearish retest right around that $98,000 region. That to me made a lot of sense. Retested this channel. But then also when you view the 12-hour and you look at, kind of what happened on the 12-hour, we had a nice massive SFP of that EMA 100. That EMA 100 is pretty massive in terms of resistance for Bitcoin. So the idea was that we were going to rally up and actually tap that EMA 100. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and that's perfectly okay because we were aware that going into the weekend, what did we have? Well, we had Bitcoin actually putting in that silver cross finally. And we're aware, I mean, silver crosses to the downside generally don't happen that often in bull markets. We mapped it out, we looked, and if we view here, I don't know why this is white, this should be red, but whatever. We map out here, I mean, upon the cross, that's generally when you get that just, major downside move, I will say. Generally speaking, right? We get the cross, we come up, we test the silver cross on the EMA 9. That was a 22% move. Here we get the silver cross to the downside. Yeah, right here we try to test the 9, almost tested it, and then that led to a 40% move. So those were the last two silver crosses to the downside. Yes, we had this one as well. Upon cross, let me just put that on. Yeah, like that. Boom. We retested it here. And then at that point, we fell 30%. But I mean, technically, that was bigger. We technically fell 56%. So what's the point of me showing that? Well, we have that right now. We have a silver cross on the daily. And this was kind of, and unfortunately, was like this the point of my analysis over the weekend, which I was kind of like, I don't know if we're personally going to get this bearish retest as easy as I want, just simply based on the fact that the daily 9 was solidly rejecting price. And that's what you'd expect with a daily silver cross. The daily 9, right? We lost it, we deviated it, we rallied up, we retested it, we rejected it, and now we're getting follow through. So that's trading. Sometimes it's not always going to be exactly what I want, but that's perfectly okay because we still are waiting for, we have a scenario that we talked about that is perfectly playing out now. And that scenario was that we actually lose 95.5 and we dump. The idea behind this is we're going to get some kind of rally at the EMA 100. The EMA 100 pretty big for price. Each time we've tapped it, we've gotten some reaction. So it makes sense today. Ideally, bulls hold it. We get some kind of daily closure under 95.5. I then want to look for this kind of scenario where we dump into the daily EMA 100, close below 95.5 on a daily close. We get that bounce off the EMA 100 into the new daily close, into the new daily candle, leading to that bearish retest around here. Ideally, another daily EMA 9 rejection as well. That then is where we could potentially get short again on Bitcoin and target a lot lower, being 90,500 to potentially all the way down to 80,000. 80,000 is interesting to me because that's right around where that monthly EMA 9 is. You can just see in this monthly range that we've been in, the fact that the weekly is already under the EMA 9 on the weekly makes you really wonder if we're going to test that monthly EMA 9. Remember, the monthly 9 hasn't been tested since November, and the reactions on the monthly 9 have each and every time in this bull market resulted in a very nice move. So we have to really not disregard that zone right around $82,000, but also right around there is the monthly median. You can see once we reclaim that monthly median in November, have we ever retested that and actually been proven that that's support since we were under it? No. And so that to me is another area of interest. Whereas if we do end up really dumping and losing that $90,000 region, we should be engaging the 80,000s first. 80,000s can be a nice little mid-range to me. And if we don't hold that, then we definitely can go back to 73s. Till then, though, I'm on the camp that we still are very bearish on Bitcoin. That hasn't changed. I've been very bearish on Bitcoin for a while now, and it's still been working out. My bearishness has been coming simply because, or it's been really, it's been coming. Yeah, it's coming everywhere.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. No, I mean, it's really just been my bias because of the way Tether dominance is just posturing. I mean, this is simply just in the pre-state, like in the beginnings of a breakout, in my opinion. even on that major move down on Tether dominance, we rejected the 4.69%. We still held above this channel. That's exactly what you'd want to see, is hold this channel, get support from the fast moving average, let it move up, let it base and go towards this channel. And now you can see on this 5-day that acted as a spring, right? We had the 21, we had the 9, and we had this channel. We came down, tested it, and now we're springing up. We know 5-day volatility is still in the posturing of going up after extreme lows, which is interesting because we know that 5-day on Tether dominance generally leads to major moves. Last 5-day occurrence was this major move down. And so we even see this 5 days closing today. We're breaking out. We're now testing right around resistance at 4.69%. We can't disregard that. But to me, it's looking like this is really on the verge of breaking out, which means to all of us that Bitcoin's on the verge of breaking down. Very simple. Inverse correlation here. And so something you should note here is that the weekly still continually held the EMA 21. If you notice this, we reclaimed it, we held it, and now we're expanding from it. That's what you'd want to see with bullish consolidation. Perfect retest of the weekly 9, median and EMA 9 on the weekly is right around the same zone, just supporting the fact that if we do move into this channel, should hold right at 4.41%. We see though price is at resistance, even with the meme line shown here. And this 4.69% is very important for Tether dominance. Generally, SFPs lead to major moves down, SFP major move down, and reclaims often lead to nice moves up. So what we see now is that we are at 4.69%. We have that weekly EMA 34. That's kind of the last stand for me. You get back above the weekly EMA 34, you often go to the EMA 100. Now, the EMA 100 is interesting because that is sitting right around the 5.3% right now, which is currently moving down and itching towards that 5.26%. It's a big zone for Tether dominance, and that is the next zone if we do get back above, let's say, 4.71%, just easily catered right around that EMA 34. Makes a lot of sense, right? You wait, you get the expansion. Okay, cool. You come down, you retest this, and then that's when you can make the real move to that EMA 100. To me, this still seems very probabilistic of happening, and I don't see why bulls were getting really horny over the weekend, considering that, the daily as well has, we've essentially, I do believe, we have a silver cross on the daily on Tether dominance, which again has just been very easy. Why is that important? Well, because we see, yes, even though we lost that EMA 9 on the daily, still the EMA 21 perfectly held us, which is the second zone you'd want to see right on that silver cross retest, along with the median and the channel and the EMA 100. So really, Tether dominance really is looking good. Again, just like the 5 day, the daily here is even, posturing with a breakout. We see here we're basing on a 38.2%, itching right above it. We're right there at resistance. We want to be mindful of that. But I mean, the way that right now this candle's forming, the fact that this closes in 8 hours and volatility right now is expanding above the moving average really makes you wonder if we're about to see a major move down on Bitcoin into this week, which actually ties in nicely with my bias, because we did say that going into our April, we're probably going to start seeing all of these setups start really firing off. March. I mean, not April. I was thinking about ETH. Into March, we're probably going to start seeing all of these setups fire off. And it was more just a waiting game, right? When you get these just range, nothing's really happening on Bitcoin. These are often the most important times for the charts, a trader, because this is where a lot of people sign out. They get complacent. Whereas we're just kind of analyzing things in the background. And, Tether dominance has made me, have a very bearish bias since we've essentially been breaking out on the 5 day on volatility. I mean, as soon as I saw this expanding, it's really hard for me to be bullish on Bitcoin, because this is still telling me that, this has all the momentum to go up along with the weekly. And so that's kind of just the point I've been trying to hit home each stream, essentially. So that's Tether dominance. We're now at resistance. Watch 4.69%. Luckily today, this is going to be really easy to understand if this is breaking out. Why? Well, because this is just like right for a breakout. You see, we're now pressing the 38.2%. Volatility is itching up, while we also have right around where the breakout zone is major resistance. So if you really do start seeing dailies close above that 4.69%, that could honestly be the trigger to actually formulate some kind of short on Bitcoin. What do I mean by that? Maybe today you see this breakout, right? Maybe today we start actually closing above 4.69%. What would that probably mean for Bitcoin? Well, if we think in those terms, if we probably are going to break out today on Tether dominance, that probably means that Bitcoin ends up coming lower. Maybe I'm wrong that we actually hold this daily EMA 100 and maybe we actually lose it today. That would be a really interesting point for me to then say, okay, we actually can start being really aggressive with shorts. And why do I say that? If you start losing that daily EMA 100, let's say we get a closure and it's like something like this, right? Maybe this scenario where we bounced off the EMA 100 doesn't work. But then when we know that Tether dominance is breaking out on the daily, we simply could look at a simple back test like this. Maybe Bitcoin then ends up pumping. But that pump just leads us to testing essentially that EMA 100 and maybe going a little higher. But as long as you're under that EMA 100 on a daily closure, you'd have to then gauge the retest, or as the retest or the reaction around that retest. Generally, you're not going to very cleanly just reject it like immediately like that. More so, you're going to fall through it. You're going to close under it. Shorts are going to stack and start bidding right around the EMA 100. What's more likely to happen is us to wick a little above that and then test it. Test is 95.5. You form an ugly wick. You close under the EMA 100, and what that'll do is give us the retest on Tether dominance. And this is all just based on a daily. Because if we're on the verge of breaking out, and this does start breaking out, your best bet is to wait for the, move up, and then just try to look for a short on the retest. Because generally speaking, when you do reclaim that 4.69% and hold it, what do? You often expand up, you retest, and then you break out. And so in this kind of environment here, this is where you have to be very, just really, you have to watch closely with shorts, because depending on where price is when you get that retest could mean that's just kind of it. So if that's right at the daily EMA 100 on Bitcoin, it could mean that we might reject right there. But if we end up coming slightly above it, testing 95.5, but we ended up losing today that EMA 100, be very cautious of this rejecting very aggressively down, in my opinion. And we know here, once we actually start going, back under that low essentially we had in February 18th, it's going to really start putting into question this weekly uptrend. Why I say that is because if we see here, let me turn that up. Let me delete this. Right now, the hopium now is that, what we saw on February 18th was that daily EMA 100 retest, and we wanted to start seeing price expand from that. Now that we're all the way back there, if this doesn't hold and we start taking out this low, it's really going to start looking like we're going to go back down to 91s. That's important for bulls because this is their hopium, that this is the weekly higher low. And visually, it kind of makes sense. We had a low, we had a high, we had a low. We started going up. We need some kind of higher low here. We break this low, it's really going to start putting into question this weekly uptrend, which granted isn't the cleanest, but still we're in that uptrend, higher low, higher high structure. That's why bulls, and this is what me and Farn have been talking about for a while now, need to see a bounce at 93Ks. You start really coming back around this 90s, 1,800, 91Ks. This could really be the beginnings of just a major collapse. We've been in this range for weeks now, and eventually anytime you get into these multi-week ranges, the reactions are generally big, and we know that's true because of just the way volatility is. A major move is coming. So if you really start losing and breaking that last weekly higher low that bulls are trying to bet on before the higher high, it's probably going to mean that that's going to capitulate us down, and then we most likely then get our target right around the low 80s, right? Remember that monthly EMA 9, the median is all right around 82,000. That's also right around where the weekly EMA 34 is. It's important. I do believe also the daily SMA 200 might be there. Let's see, right there as well. So now we have 3 time frames of 3 different moving averages, and like the median showing us, and these time frames and these moving averages are very important. The SMA 200, extremely important. That's what you want to hold if you're in an uptrend, essentially. Monthly EMA 9, that's been holding us this entire bull market. Monthly median, we haven't retested that since we broke back above it in November. So you're getting all these time frames telling us, yeah, we'd better pay attention around the 80s, because that to me could be a major bounce zone. And remember, it literally could mean, okay, we lose the EMA 100, we dump down, we test the SMA 200, we get a very nice bounce back up, but we test the EMA 100 and that's flipped into resistance. What was major support should always be then flipped into major resistance when you start forming more bearish structure. And that's kind of, that very well could happen. This is Bitcoin, and that would then put in another lower high. But one thing after the next, we need to see how today closes. So for now, right now, you're watching closely as a bull. You're wanting to see this EMA 100 because it's the same kind of criteria. As long as we hold that, then bulls can at least somewhat try to feel like they're in control here. And the idea is then we consolidate while holding above, and then ideally make our way back up above $98,000. But until then, this is just on the verge of breaking down. We're now losing that 95.5, which I've shown on lower time frames is very important for price action. You can just see here, we've been holding it essentially. And anytime we've lost it on lower time frames, if we don't within the next candle close, SFP it, quickly reclaim it, then that would be kind of like a shift here. Because why would I say that? Well, we see on the, well, I'll use the 12-hour, might be better than the 10-hour, right? We see here the 12-hour quickly lost that 95.5, quickly got reclaimed. We saw that, actually, I guess I will use the 10-hour. That matches my bias more. 1 second. Let's go to the 10-hour. Lost it here, quickly got reclaimed. Lost it here, quickly got reclaimed. Lost it here, quickly got reclaimed. And quickly got reclaimed means within the next candle, we quickly reclaimed it. What would be funny to me is actually we start dumping down into this next candle. Since we identified this, it'd be funny to open up on a nice green dildo, and that's the retest. Bulls get horny because, oh, well, each time we've lost, we've just SFP'd and reclaimed it. That'd be kind of funny. And then that's the short scenario. Then we get our also retest of this 4.69% on Tether dominance. So for now, I'm still going to be on the camp that we're most likely not going to get that bearish retest scenario, unfortunately. I was holding out hope that was going to occur. You know, I didn't feel like stacking shorts. We had our zone. We were waiting patiently on that. And that's perfectly fine now. I do believe now what we need to be gauging is just simply the daily close. We want to now see, okay, is the daily EMA 100 going to get lost? If that's the case, then we can be a little more aggressive with shorting, in my opinion. If it doesn't get lost, so and we hold it, then we have to be mindful of potentially us going back up and bulls trying to reclaim 95.5. At this point, though, I'm going to be on the camp that for now, this isn't going to play out, or we're going to retest and dump. I think that already occurred when we tested the daily 9. Now what we need to be looking for is, okay, does the daily EMA 100 get lost? If that does occur, watch for the dump through. Let's take out these lows. And then maybe we come down to here. Don't know. But if we end up losing the EMA 100, I am going to be waiting for simply either a retest of that or a retest of 95.5 and then going down. So you have two areas where you'd be focused on shorting, either that 95.5 region or the daily EMA 100 starts moving around, goes like that, and then we pop up, we reject, and then that's the real move. So, you know, it kind of puts you in like $1,000 range here where you could short, but it's either going to be either the daily EMA 100 is going to get lost, and then we're going to retest that, and then it's going to reject. But more than not, I could see us just coming up and retesting this. And why would I say that? Well, look at this. I mean, this has been major support. And so to the book, even if we came down, you would want to start seeing that get flipped into resistance. Very, very, very simply. I mean, what was major support needs to be flipped into resistance. That's just how it works. And what these moves do is, you know, you have all these shorts stacking in, and then when you put in these like bearish retests, that's what gets the shorts out. It gets people to flip-flop their bias, and then they start longing at resistance, thinking they're a genius because, well, that's kind of been the flavor of this range, is just longing when you get to low 90s and then closing the app. That eventually won't work. So today, watch very closely the EMA 100. That's going to be kind of guiding our bias on if we hold that today, okay, great chance we're going to go up back to 95.5, 95.6. You start losing that. That could be what actually starts taking us closer to the range lows around 90,600. And then at that point, I still wouldn't want to stack a short here. Instead, I'd rather just wait for either a retest of here or a retest of 95.5. So that gives you two short zones. I'm going to be on the camp that we should be patiently waiting for this. Let the daily break out. Let it do its thing. Let Bitcoin break down. And then let us be patient and pop a nice long on that bearish retest while, right, Tether dominance puts in the bullish retest. So it's more just a patient waiting game. And there's nothing else to it. And that's kind of all Bitcoin's been doing. Do not forget, though, we have been short from first 100,000, which never ran our stop. Even on that chop, it sucks. It's terrible to hold a short for days and days and days, but just be grateful that your funding's getting paid because of horny bulls. And then we gave another short into Friday, and that short was at 99,300. That's two shorts we've given that have been just dead on accurate. They've literally been instantly green. And so now we're getting that range breakdown. If you are short from either here or from 100K, you want to start being stingy with your entries. Why? Because we know volatility is going to start. It's like a volcano. It's going to erupt very soon. And I do believe that the daily and all these volatility setups are going to start really firing off when the 12-hour does. And you can see now the 12-hour is firing off. This is very interesting to me because each and every time we've come almost to this 15%, we've rejected, and that was down. And then we came almost to 15% when we were going up, and then we rejected. And now what do we have? Well, we're losing 95.5. We have a daily silver cross to the downside on the daily. We have this 12-hour volatility setup firing off now. I'm curious to see too. Are we losing the 38.2% now? Oh yeah, we are. We're losing that 38.2%. Next level to me is that $91,700 level, right around the range lows. Kind of good confluence there. But the point I'm trying to bring is, yeah, I do think this firing off is a very, very, very big cause of concern if you're a Bitcoin bull. Why? Well, I do think that this, on as many sessions of zero volatility as we've had, I mean, we haven't seen something like this since, I don't know, I guess it would be something like this, technically speaking, when price went absolutely parabolic. I mean, we had multiple zero volatility reads on the 12-hour. Started to expand. This was a 12-hour, but remember, this is kind of what bled all the other higher time frame setups to expand, right? Like the 5-day and the weekly. And so now what we have is potentially with this 12-hour now firing off, we're going to run the risk of us firing off the daily and firing off the 5-day, which then would fire off the weekly. And that would be pretty bad, because if you start getting all those higher time frame BBWP setups firing off around here, that legitimately could mean Bitcoin is like on the verge of dumping 30% from this point. We'll honestly take it from this point because that'll be more accurate. A range breakdown, trend shift on the weekly would most likely give us our 30%. And that would take us, yikes, right around there at closer to the 2021 cycle high, if not all the way to the 100% on the 12-hour, which is at 60,800. Very, 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 very nasty. Very nasty. So, this is actually quite interesting to see because, I've been on the camp that once you start seeing this 12-hour fire off, it's going to bleed into the daily firing off, which then the daily firing off will bleed into the 5-day, which then ideally the weekly. Something to note about this 5-day is we're back above the moving average again. We see here that 5-day EMA 9 simply has still rejected us. And again, that was just like another point of, bulls were getting pretty excited at resistance. I wanted to see this 5-day EMA 9 get reclaimed because now this is really looming a breakdown. You can even see too that 5-day 21 has been pretty solid support. Even here. You start really losing that. Yeah, I mean, it's just going to give you good confluence. We're going to at least go to the low 90s, and most likely that won't hold. So Bitcoin right now is looking very corrected. I'm glad we're short. Personally speaking, that was the right move. And it was very easy to go short there because you know exactly where you're wrong. This kind of short scenario that you get a major rally up from the EMA 100, takes all the shorts out. All the shorts that were waiting for the breakdown. You get that, nice liquidity grab. You retest resistance. And then that's the real move, because why? Shorts have gotten out, longs got horny at resistance, and then we aggressively dump. I mean, on that daily candle on Friday, this was a very harsh rejection. Like, it took us 3 days, basically 4, to itch up to here, and we eliminated that almost in 1 day. It's not good. So, yeah, we're now losing the EMA 100 on the daily. Gonna have to watch that very closely today. But with the 12-hour firing off, daily Bollinger Bands breaking down, you really do have to wonder if we're actually going to start seeing the breakdown scenario occur that I've been talking about. Because to me, it looks like it's like right now, the greatest chance ever of this breaking down, in my opinion. So we'll see very closely. I'll look at Bitcoin dominance now. Let's just take a gander and look at this. We were a little bit wrong on that. I honestly wanted the 59.7% to get tapped. Made sense to me. Each time we've come up to the zone, we always go back down, but that's perfectly fine. We see here that the daily EMA 34 caught us nicely, and now that acted as almost like a spring, got us back above the 21, which then therefore now we're breaking back above the 9. We start breaking back above the daily 9. You have to then start really watching for another move back up around 62.58%. Not really getting anything on that. Let me see here. 5-day even is kind of telling you that, right? Holding the 61.8%, kind of basing off that EMA 9 on the 5-day. Next zone should take you right around the 62.7%. So that kind of lines up right around the 62.5%. Very interesting. Bulls are going to try, though, to take out this wick high, so that way then we can keep this uptrend intact. This is a 5-day higher low, and we're just going to be making our way to that higher high break. That higher high break will be done if we take out this wick high. So it's going to be a little bit of a, kind of a job for bulls here, but definitely could happen. And don't get it twisted either. Bitcoin dominance going up, and let's see the day. Not good. Like, Bitcoin dominance going up while Bitcoin is going down is actually kind of something we all should note right now, because that hasn't been the flavor of what's been going on. Actually, we've been seeing Bitcoin dominance go down and Bitcoin goes down a little bit. But the fact that now we see Bitcoin going down while Bitcoin dominance is going up is very not good. Why is this bad? Well, this is bad because this is like destruction for altcoins. And this is why you're seeing Ethereum get slammed today. In bear market, this is why majority of alts, not certain, majority of alts die, because you have a bearish Bitcoin going down, and then you have a lot of motherfuckers that are holding like ETH, and they're like, you know what, honestly, I don't want to hold Ethereum anymore. I'd much rather just go into Bitcoin. So let me sell my ETH and go into Bitcoin. But then Bitcoin keeps going down, which causes people to then get a little stressed out that they just flip-flopped, but also that causes Bitcoin dominance to go up, which means that your alts get absolutely slaughtered in this environment. This is not a altcoin environment when you see this. And I don't know. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I really haven't seen this happen in a long time, where we're seeing Bitcoin move down this hard and Bitcoin dominance shoot up. That's an interesting thing, because you often do see that during the bear market. So that is just interesting. I'll have to see here real fast, because I just want to see what has occurred when we've gone up. So let me just quickly say this. That was February 1st. Let's see then what Bitcoin did. Just came down. Okay, let me just map it out. So February 1st, boom. And then let me just do this one here as well. What is it there? December 9th. Okay. I mean, kinda you've been down, but then, I mean, it's been like also though very close to bottoms when you see that, because I mean, even here was some kind of bottom before going up. Here's a little, bearish in my opinion, for sure. That is interesting to see. Oh, wait, that's Bitcoin though. But I mean, Bitcoin did end up finding some kind of bottom fairly soon.
What a dump.
Interesting. Bitcoin dominance. What was my point here? Oh, right. It going up and Bitcoin going down. But I mean, even then, it did find some kind of bottom. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea, but that is just something you have to just keep in mind, because if that environment is going to be true where Bitcoin doesn't find a bottom and ends up just kind of nuking from here while Bitcoin dominance ends up going up, that's going to be an interesting kind of shift in my opinion. And this actually makes me even more bricked up for the Ethereum short. So today, your only goal right now is to not scale shorts here, not do anything. This is a no trade zone, in my opinion. If you're not short from here, if you didn't catch the short on the live stream I did in the weekend where I talked about the daily 9 being a rejection point, you're not short from 100K, you better not short right here, because here's the greatest chance of us bouncing. You're going to want to wait for the daily. If we start losing the daily EMA 100, then go back to Tether dominance and see, okay, did we close above 4.69%? Because if we did, you'll know then that we are breaking out. And so then this scenario here could play out where we end up breaking out, go to the 4.7677%. Let Bitcoin do its stupid thing. Let it dump down. But wherever this daily goes, I'd be either watching for a bearish retest of the EMA 100 or maybe a wick higher. Go up to the 95.5 and then dump. And that makes sense because this is major chop, but also this tells me that this was major support. And so really, before you honestly get to business and get working, like if you're a bear and you really want to nuke this down, the better chance of that happening is to rally up, retest this into resistance. You get all the horny shorts out, you get all the horny longs in, and then often that is the real move. I mean, we kind of saw that here where you retested resistance and then that was kind of the real move. So watch 95.5 in the daily EMA 100, watch Tether dominance at 4.69%. And yeah, I mean, that's all I have really. Let's just quickly look at Dixie because I've been looking at that on my analysis when I look at Bitcoin. Remember, Dixie being bullish is bad for Bitcoin. Generally speaking, it's bad for risk on. And what did we have in Friday? Well, Friday was a little dirty. I mean, we talked about, and Thursday we lost that EMA 100, and that wasn't good. And I talked about bulls need to get us back above that EMA 100 very fast. And they actually did. I mean, we kind of held this area pretty nicely. And now we got above the daily EMA 100. This is important because, this is now looking like almost like an SFP to me of this EMA 100. I talked about if we can reclaim this and hold, the next target's going to be the daily 9. It's going to be very important. We want to start seeing bulls move up now because we're going to run the risk of a daily silver cross on Dixie if we don't, which tells me if I am bullish on Dixie, I am actually going to want to start seeing this move up like today, in my opinion, today, tomorrow, this week, because if we end up just dumping, this silver cross will occur maybe today or tomorrow. The only way that doesn't occur is if we actually start going green here and going up, just in my opinion. But this is important because, we talked about the monthly now is trend shifting, and our gauge should be, first the monthly 9, of course. That's kind of like was my worst case scenario of a Dixie dump. But also, where's the next higher low? Because, right, we took out all these highs here. We made the higher high. We obviously nuked down. It made a lot of sense for that to occur. And we even talked about this. Like when Dixie was up here, we talked about trend shifting on the monthly. You should be gauging for a move down and watch for the higher low. We got that. So now bulls are going to be trying to solidify this being the higher low. And why I'm saying that is just because of the fact that we've reclaimed the EMA 100. Now, the Academy, even with forex, is printing very, very massively. We talked about this scenario here where probably going to get another short entry on euro. And that actually played out nicely. And a lot of people printed on this yesterday. And they've been printing on this. Why? Because it's simple. If you have your short zone and you have your stop loss, then you can just short anytime you hit entry. And that has just paid well. But I had to go, alert the Discord and the Academy because I said, well, look, to me, it seems like, this red line just represents my stop loss. That's it. Very simple, represents my stop. I said, though, it's honestly it's looking to me like euro needs to test the EMA 100. That EMA 100 on euro needs to be probably tested, and that's probably going to nuke us down. I mean, we saw that reaction here. We finally tested it. Real major nuke down. And I mean, once euro lost that EMA 100, that is what sparked the breakdown. Luckily for us, we actually got the front run. So like last night, I talked about how euro right now is either going to push up and be mindful of this, maybe hits the EMA 100. I said that only because that probably was going to take our stops out. But this, I said it's most likely going to lead to a major dump, though. So don't let it stop you out. That actually nicely occurred. Euro now is looking like it's probably going to collapse here soon, which ties into my analysis of Euro dumping next month. Dixie to me is looking good. Yeah.
And our friends in Germany elected someone that is going to print a lot of money and not be conservative on spending. So euro devaluation is coming. So stronger DXY, weaker euro. So to follow up on your analysis, you nailed it. Here's just what's going on that's leading us there.
That makes sense. I didn't even know that.
I guess the chart was telling us that was going to happen.
Yeah, it was truly. So we're short from like the 1.05253 level. Beautiful short on euro now. I'm curious to see. It's not too shabby. I mean, remember, this isn't crypto, but that's not the worst. But
just do a 500x leverage play.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. But to finish this off, watch the Dixie bounce today, because that would make a lot of sense. If you end up dumping, you're going to just silver cross on the daily, and it's going to really then put my bias on euro going down a lot weaker. So today, and it's already flipping green, I want to see this go green, and I want to see us start moving up. Ideally, we break and reclaim the daily 9. So I want to see euro or Dixie reclaim 107 today. That'll be a really good sign. And that'll, again, just ties into Bitcoin looking very bad, and this environment is very bad, and stocks aren't looking the best. We didn't fully fill our short here. We had it right here, but whatever. That's just trading. That's all I have. I'm interested to see what Farn has to say.
Let's see. George's cousin.
George's. I was gonna say brother-in-law or some shit, but can't be cousin. We're both Asian too.
That's right. You have a lot in common, and also both the white parts of your eyes are equally white.
Interesting. I gotta take a look at that one. I mean, we both are enjoying a bebida from now and there.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna start with the weekly on Dixie. And then I'm going to point out, I'm going to also mention that momentum did continue to the downside. What I was looking for is when we approach the edge of the bullish control zone and the edge of the bearish control zone, if this pivot would change, and specifically if it would go down. If this pivot would have went down, there would have been much higher probability that this momentum would have flipped up. But as of right now, it stayed the same, right around that 109 area at 108.74. Now we're at the bearish control zone. If you count that with every single time that we flip down on momentum and we've lost the critical zone, you can mark it off the vertical line. I've done that already. This is every single time over the vertical line that we've flipped down and lost the critical zone. So we did it right here. Went down about 5.8%. Right here. Oops. This was about 6%. This was a lot more. This was about 12.6%. This was less. This is about 1.6%. Not a very impressive number, but although it is a currency and the most major one, this one is, come on, 7.3%. This one was bigger. Come on. 14.8%. $8.5. $7.7. Let's see if there's any more. No, that's it. So let's see how much we are down now from where this one fired off. That one would be right there. And so far, only about 2.27% to the downside. If we do that move of about 7%, that brings us to just below this meme line at around 100 to 100.8, around 101 roughly. And that also lines up with this 200 SMA as well. where if you notice this time where we flipped down, we corrected to the 200 SMA. Let's see if we can find another one that lines up. This time we corrected to the 200. I guess this time technically you could say we corrected to the 200 because we did eventually never broke that high and did go to the 200. We gotta do when we're above it. This one went to the 200. And then this one doesn't, it's a little bit more of less, what do you call it? Less statistics based, it's just more of a pattern based type of thing. Let me erase this drawings. Right now you have a shoulder right there. You got your head, or you could use this as a shoulder. This is the head. This is the next shoulder, and there's the neckline right there. And you're already broken below it, which is sitting at about 107. And if you were to do a measured move, oh fuck,
What the fuck?
fuck. That's not what I meant to do.
Command Z, that deletes.
There. Brings us down right around that 200 SMA and about 103.5.
And for entertainment, let's say it fails and it goes up.
It's already broken the bottom of the neckline though. So at this point, it's more likely to play out. But let's just
Of course
apply it to the upside, and that's perfectly with this top meme line at around 112. But as of right now, it has broken below the neckline. It has rejected the neckline, and now it's getting followed through to the downside, and it's lost this 100. And as of right now, this 100 is resistance. It's not able to break above it. And we have a daily silver cross to the downside, which is going to occur on this close as long as we're below 107.3. All probabilities are lining up towards this hitting the 200 right around 105. And then if you switch to the weekly, it's at about eventually around 102, 103 area. And even that, if you go to a monthly, it would just be a higher low. Because let's switch this to make those lines disappear. As of right now, the monthly is in a higher low as long as we're closing above, let's say, 100. So as long as we're closing above 100, and the pivot right now is 101.6, that would just be making a higher low after making a top candle right here, after breaking this previous lower high. So as of right now, we have a higher high, but we don't have a higher low yet. And to continue this monthly trend to the upside, likely be looking for that higher low somewhere around that 103s, 104s area. Bounce from there, and then very likely we're going to end up breaking these was it 114? Yeah, 114 highs, probably somewhere around 120, I'd say. And that'd be pretty crazy to see dollar sitting at 120. Euro is probably going to be trading at like 95 cents or 90 cents at that point. And then if you notice this as well, you're getting momentum flipping up, holding the bullish control zone, pointed up as long as you're above 101.6. Not only that, but you got a double derp of life right here, and you have slight hidden bullish divergence, which will be confirmed with a close above 110.176. That also gives you a high probability of hitting the 120 area. Now we're approaching the bullish control zone, or the bullish critical zone, I mean, and we will enter it as long as we're closing above this previous low, which is right now at 100. And the last time, let's see, draw the vertical line. Last time we entered into the critical zone, where we are right now, we're right about, oh, fucking A. Let's just not do the critical line and just, vertical line and just measure it. Here's when we first enter the critical zone freshly, from about right there. We did another, come on, 9% to the upside. Let's do this one. All right, from right about there. That's 17% to the upside. This one's quite big.
Thank you.
This is long term, not very bullish to see if you're pro crypto. 36.7%.
I think if you're pro anything, no, like
Yeah. If you're pro assets, this is not a good sign.
Exactly. But then if you're Warren Buffett and you're holding $330 billion in cash money, then this is really good for you.
He's like, fuck your assets. Time for me to get rich.
That's right.
Or more rich.
Well,
70% of the upside on Dixie.
Yeah. This is what
So we were getting the same setup that we've seen it pump 36%, we've seen 17%, we've seen upwards of 70%. Which is when the momentum on the monthly enters into the critical zone. Right now, we're getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed up. We're getting volatility expansion from around 6%, and we're only at 31%. But once again, though, this is a monthly chart. It can be a lot of time before that actually does end up playing out and it goes to 120. Very, very, very possible. I mean, very, very possible it corrects all the way down to that 103s, 104s area, and then continues towards that area, the target of 115s to 120s. To wipe out all of the longs on a fake move to the downside before the real move actually activates. So
and now correct me. I'm sorry, just to get your opinion on this. On 2022, when we had like the super strong dollar at 112, 114, whatever the fuck that level was, it wasn't from the moment that it was locally bottomed and then going up where the market went down. It was like half the move towards the peak, right? What I'm saying is DXY went up, the market went down in 2022, but it wasn't from bottom to top. It was when DXY was like in the middle of its run, that's when the market fell, right? Or am I crazy?
Like that. But it also did dump on the first day that they announced rate hikes.
Yeah. But it also coincided with the war. No?
Yeah.
Crazy coincidence.
Very crazy coincidence. So the war started around February of 2022, and that was also what gave Bitcoin its mercy bounce from around low 30s to high 40s. And that was a bounce that lasted about a month. And it because it initially dumped right on the war announcement, and then it started pumping. And it pumped for about a month until around 48K, and then it dumped from 48K till around the 20s. That's or 30s again at the high 20s, and then Luna was announced and it dumped into the low 20s.
Yep.
So as right now, Dixie is in a posturing to go to the upside, but short term it is looking a short term toppy, and like it is going to pull back a little bit. And the month is also telling you that monthly is also telling you that because of this indecision candle, and now you've dropped below the low of that candle. We are finding support at this 5, but it's unlikely to continue holding long term. It's probably going to come somewhere around this 21, around the 104s area, which lines up with the weekly losing its the bullish critical zone on the momentum. Which, if you see every single other time I had marked with a vertical line, what happens after that? Let's switch Bitcoin. But there are times whenever Dixie and Bitcoin can pump at the same time, like in the original United States setup of October of 2023. So right now, if you look at the 2-week on Bitcoin, this is kind of what tells you the zone they're in right now. We're in a pretty much must-hold area for Bitcoin, right at the bottom of the 38.2%. If you notice, every single time we found major lows on Bitcoin in this entire rally, or you could call it bull market, we found it at the bottom 38.2%. Never really broke below it. This has always been major support. Only time we wicked below it was during that Tokyo or Japan news, whenever the carry trade was failing, and we wicked down to the 61.8%, but then ended up closing within the 38.2%. As of right now, that bottom 38.2% number is very close to the 9 EMA. It's right around $93,900, $94,000. This area is very, 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 very must hold. And if you were to take a long here, you could take this long and then use this candle's wick low as your stop loss, which is at about 91,341. See how much risk that is. It's about 3.5% to the upside, to the downside. And if you're right, and it does hold the bottom 38.2%, you're gonna at the very minimum retest the median, and that is about 25-26% to the upside. Very good risk to reward. I might actually consider posting that whenever I'm done and Alex is doing the next chart.
Noise.
Right now, a 2-week momentum is to the downside. We're approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. This is the area where it should flip up if we're still bullish and still making another higher low at this area, like we did around this point. Where if it flips up here, this would coincide with the 2-week stochastic momentum pivot flipping going down significantly, and that would tell us that we're probably going to reject the bearish control zone. And whenever we reject the bearish control zone, we usually go to the bullish control zone. As you can see right here, we rejected going into it, and then went all the way up to the bullish control zone. And that went coincided with the move of the price going to the top of the blue 38.2%. Right now, that's sitting at about $154,000. But that's just an idea until we see it actually happen. Because on the opposite hand, we do see the jewel starting to give you a God mode sell signal. It is possible to reverse this dark blue because it hasn't confirmed yet, but you would have to do it in the next 6 days and 8 hours. And what would give you a high probability of reversing that is if in the next 6 days and 8 hours, you can close over $96,150. That'll switch it back most likely to white neutral. And then from there, more of a there's probabilities increase that it could switch to a buy. But for now, it still shows you the sell. So that's bullish opium. Monthly also has three rejections to the median, which gives you at a minimum a move to the 5 EMA. And if you lose the 5 EMA, that's when you go down to the 38.2. Right now, the 5 EMA is still holding another bounce at the 5, which is about $90,500. As you notice here, whenever we lost that 5, we ended up going all the way down to the bottom 38.2. Lost the 5, bottom 38.2. Lost the 5, bottom 38.2. Every single time, lost the 5, bottom 38.2. Right now, that's it at $70,000 or $69,300, basically 2021 cycle highs. But because it's so close to the 21, that's likely going to be a magnet for price. And right now, that's sitting at $65,000. Pretty safe to say this entire bull market is going to be over at that point, based off the monthly and the quarterly bearish divergences. Because if you notice right now, you can even see it on the HPDR. You got a high right here, you got a lower high, you got a higher high in price, bearish divergence. Quarterly as well. Right here, you got a high, you got a lower high, bearish divergence. Every single time you've had bearish divergence on the monthly and quarterly, 100% of the time, it's been the end of the bull market. What's giving you some hopium, though, is if you look at the jewel on the monthly, the jewel is curving around, bouncing right at this pink and giving you a light blue buy signal, very close to entering into the critical zone. Let's mark with vertical lines every single time. It's only happened once, I believe, where we bounced the pink, and that was right here with the buy signal. Oops. I keep forgetting I have to switch out of the line thing. That was quite the respectable move. 635% to the upside after we flipped up at the pink. The difference was, though, let me show you again, is that when we flipped up at the pink here, we were lower than where we were currently. And the lower you get the buy signal, the more powerful it's going to be. So very unlikely we get a 600% move to the upside. But how likely is the move to the over here, which would give us a 61.8% chance of hitting? Let's see how much of a percentage move that is. But 73% to the upside. And where you get the statistics of 61.8% is if you close over this median. Right now is at 102,780. Monthly open is about 102,424. So February statistics do play out, which is kind of looking unlucky at this point because we only have 4 days and 8 hours to go. So we got 4 days and 8 hours for February statistics to end up holding true, and we'd have to pump about $8,000 for that to happen. So we'd have to have quite the volatile next couple of days if we're going to close over that median. But as of this moment, because it hasn't been unproven yet, until the next 4 days and 8 hours, 100% of February's within an odd year end up closing green, and 78% of February's in general close green. So this would be against the statistics if it does end up closing red. But if it closes green, very likely closes over that median too, and then that takes us to that top 38.2%. And that would be with our with our jewel entering into the critical zone. Right now on the quarterly, we are in danger of getting momentum flipping down. Has not confirmed yet. We have another day and month and 8 days to go. for that to confirm. Last time we've lost the critical zone, last time we lost the moving average on the HPDR momentum was right here at our 2021 cycle high. We dropped 63% immediately after we lost the moving average. From here, we lost the moving average right there, dumped 66.5%. Here, $75. So as of right now, we are below the moving average. We just haven't closed yet. What'll keep us from closing above this, below this moving average, is if we can manage to close above about, wow, that's not very helpful, 108,287 by the next month and 8 days. That's quite worrying. Then again, the quarterly statistics are that as long as you're above this close, 93,466, you should get a test of this median by the end of the closure, which that median would bring us to 118,888. So if that doesn't play out, then the median test is not going to play out either. Where monthly does flip down, then we likely don't get that median test. Likely get a test to the bottom 38.2, which right now is at $60,000. Now, the 2-day momentum started to flip up a little bit. It's sitting at the moving average right now. So this is the area where if we do end up losing this wick low at 93,407, likely does flip down, and that would give us another test of this bottom 38.2 at 92s. But this is on this next tap of 92s, likely gets maybe a pity bounce, and probably is going to break down towards the 100, which is at about like $85,000. The hopium is that it continues to grind out a bottom here, and then it gets a test of the median, which is about 98. And if it can close above that, then likely this is going to be our next major low before we continue the upside. As of right now, though, it is looking kind of bearish, especially while we're below the $95,300 low. Right now, the jewel is starting to curve back over again. It started to give us a neutral signal from the sell signal, and it was going flat. Now the curvature is starting to flip back around, maintain the bearish control zone. It's very, very bad signal. Let's see how much we're down from since the jewel pink crossed below the yellow. Right there. Let's see if we can find some previous examples of that happening. And let's get one more. That one, now we should be good. Let's see how much we dropped on Bitcoins. This one had to move up before it went down. It moved up about 15% before eventually dumping 9. No, it moved up more than it moved down. Funny. This one moved up about 7%, then it eventually dumped 16.5%. This one just dumped. $18.7%. This one also dumped 5.1%, pumped about 2%, and then down another 6% and 8%. So that was the current one. So we have filled the minimum target of the move to the downside. And if we were to do the higher end move of about, I believe it was 15%, brings us to roughly this 100 EMA at around $86,000. Oops. Let's switch to daily. On the daily, momentum is starting to flip back down with volatility flipping up. And now the jewel is losing the buy signal right around this peak. And now it's giving you the neutral. On on this next close, very likely as long as we close below $95,300, that is going to flip to a sell signal, and that's going to increase probabilities that we're going to come back down to somewhere around the 61.8%, which is at about exactly $90,000. And once you're retesting that low $90,000 area, because of how many times it's been tested, very unlikely to hold and more likely to break down. The 4-hour giving a little hopium is that the momentum is starting to flip up and it's rejecting the bearish control zone. The jewel is still giving you the neutral signal, has not flipped into a buy signal just yet because we have lost this 38.2%, and as of right now, we're getting a rejection of it. If we can manage to close above this 38.2% at 94,665, it is going to mark this as a high probability of being a local bottom, and we should get a test to somewhere around the 21. Right now, that's at $96,000. As long as you're below that area, though, still in lower high zone and possibility of us breaking these lows. Once you break this $96,000 area, then it makes it way more probable this is a local bottom, and that you should probably get a test to somewhere around this 200 at around like $99,000. Switch to RSI. Ding! All right, so the monthly bullish divergence on Dixie has been invalidated because we ended up putting a local top. So no more of that. See if there's any possible bearish. No. And the quarterly still has it in bullish divergence, which keeps that bullish hopium still more logical. Where we come back down to retest somewhere around this 5 EMA, which is at about that 105, 104 area, maybe down to the 9. Likely uses those to continue upwards. And let's see what the bullish critical zone is right now. All right, it's probably not going there. Probably not going there. It's a little ridiculous. It's at $152.70. Yes, probably not going there. Safe to say. Because if it goes there, the rest of the world is going to be poor as fuck.
Not saying it will go there, but I'm saying it will go way higher than people think.
Yeah, 152. What is the Pakistani rupee going to be trading at? Like 7,000?
No, just 7 billion per one.
Mexican peso is going to be like 300.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Mexican peso is going to go 27, 29 when this is all said and done.
Hey, inshallah. Good for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the 6 month, we have a silver cross to the upside on Dixie. This is the first time we've ever had a silver cross on Dixie. That's combined with hidden bullish divergence, volatility expansion from about 8%, and we have the jewel giving us a buy signal entering into the bullish control zone. Let's see the last time the jewel entered into the bullish control zone on the 6 month.
By the way, big fan of looking at forex on the 6 month.
Yeah, because forex is basically the only thing that you can look on the 6 month because of how much data you need.
It kind of seems also like it's the one that shows you like the better odds at things. It just takes forever, but it seems like it's the most accurate in my view.
Yeah, it trades a lot more by the book, but takes so much time.
Yeah.
That was a 17% move to the upside that took us to that $120 area. Now let's see from where we entered into the bullish control zone here. Was right there. Let's apply 17% move from here. Brings us to this breakdown point right here at 125.
It's not so much the breakout point, like all the way on the left of the chart. That's where that peak was.
Oh shit! Yeah, that makes. I didn't even see that. Let's draw a little bit of a line ski right there, meme line. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. No, I don't want that.
And also, that would be the most insane inverse head and shoulders ever when there's a rejection, comes down, and then goes back up. It hasn't formed the shoulder, but I'm saying at some point in 30 years, it will.
Oh, and the yearly in the next maybe 4 to 5 years is going to have a silver cross to the upside. 4 to 5 years max. I love that timeline. 4 to 5 years. Imagine what would happen for, the yearly is now giving you a buy signal on the jewel from a sell signal. Let's see. Let's erase these vertical lines and see the last time we flipped to a buy signal from a sell signal on the jewel.
Dun, dun, dun.
This was in January of 2013.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Oh, good lord. 31% to the upside, and then 39% to the upside. Let's do 31% from here.
Good God.
On this close, 31%. Oh, I gotta zoom out. It's 142. It's exactly at this meme line right there.
That's fucking insane.
Maybe that divergence target of 158 is not so crazy.
I don't think it is. I mean, I'm not saying it'll go to that number, but I don't think what we're living through right now would be that crazy to think that that's going to happen.
And now the quarterly is just about to give you a dual buy signal as well with regular bullish divergence. It seems like this shit is about to really explode, possibly within the next 6 to 8 months. 6 to 9 months, I mean. And right now, on the opposite hand, on Bitcoin, we do have still active regular bullish divergence. Let me erase these meme lines. Why won't they go away? There we go. Still have active bullish divergence as long as we're closing above 58,890. We're going to close this candle in about 1 month and 8 days. So unlikely we invalidate this bullish divergence on this candle closure. But on the next one, if we don't get any continuation, then very likely we end up confirming it with a close below 89,224. As right now, the jewel is within the bullish control zone. And how many closes do we have? We're working on the second close within the bullish control zone. So last time around, we had 1 close, 2 closes, and then the third one was our top. So if we do, the third one is when we flip down. So we do a vertical line on the second close, this one, then this one. And I'm curious to see if this was the top. Yep. No, it wasn't really the top because we ended up going up from there. We went up about 57% to the upside. Just out of curiosity, let's take 57% to the upside from here. It's about $149,000 to $150,000. Not quite that divergence target of 169. But on the opposite hand, notice we have lower highs in the RSI. Every single cycle, higher highs, making quarterly bearish divergence from cycle to cycle. Monthly as well, high, 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 lower high, possible bearish divergence on the monthly. Monthly bearish divergence would be a lot easier to confirm because you'd have to close below, 89,224, and that would at a minimum bring you down to this 9 EMA, which is at about $82,000. At that point, because of the hit rate on the bearish divergences, any bounce from there would just be highly probabilistic short. And you would want to get as close to this 5 as possible. If you can get an entry at that 5, you probably have the best short entry that you'll have, and you can probably hold that all the way down towards this 21, if not at a minimum, or the 55 if you're feeling really brave. 21 is sitting in the low 60s. 55 is sitting at about $46,000. That's probably going to be a life-changing short if we confirm that bearish divergence and you can get in at the 5. That would give you volatility expansion on the monthly from below 15%. The last time we had volatility expansion on the monthly from below 15% was right there. And that dumped us 67% to the downside. 2-week also has possible bearish divergence. It's populating once again because last week it wasn't confirmed. Oh no, we didn't get the close last week. My bad. I'm retarded. Redacted or retarded. We have three drives of bearish divergence forming, and as you notice right now, if that does confirm, that will mean that this inverse head and shoulders will fail and will have the measured move to the downside. As of right now, we will confirm as long as we're closing below 96,163. Close below there, then that measured move will likely bring us down at first somewhere around the middle zone, which we probably get a short-term bounce at, which is at that low to mid $60,000 area. Then eventually the critical zone, or the bearish control zone. And right now, a bearish control zone is sitting at a little bit of an unreasonable number. I don't think it's going to go this low. I think it's probably going to rise. But right now, the bearish control zone is at 27,593. Don't think it's going that low. I feel like somewhere in the low 40s is going to be the macro low for this bear market.
Let me ask you something. Do you think we saw the equivalent to the .com bubble on the 2022 bear market, or you haven't seen that, or that don't exist?
I don't think we've seen anything like that, and probably won't ever again.
You don't think we'll ever will again, especially not in technology?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because that was just insane. That was like every random thing was just going up thousands of percent.
Yeah, that's not happening in crypto.
Only in like meme coins. Only like fart coin, and like there's literally coins called dog shit coin. Those things go up. But I highly suspect it's very manipulated to go up, and then once it goes up, the people who made it go up take all the liquidity. Right now on the weekly on Bitcoin, we do have a little bit of a head and shoulders on the RSI, where we get a breakdown if we close below the neutral zone, which right now that is at 97,964. That's not good. Yep, right around the neutral zone. And we have many periods of 0% volatility on the weekly. We close, what I would say would activate that move to the downside is if we close the weekly below 93,407. That likely, with that volatility reading, brings us to the 55 at around $75,000. And as of right now, the jewel is flipped down as on a sell signal on the weekly, and the pink has crossed below the yellow freshly. Let's do that. This one right here. Pink crossing below yellow. Right there. Right there. This one was nice. Uh-oh. Damn, I was such an idiot for being a toddler and not trading the .com bubble.
Yeah. And also by not buying a house that was $10,000.
Yeah, such a moron.
Fucking next time, get it right, please.
Why didn't I buy a house instead of being in elementary school in 2008?
I don't know. I don't know. You tell me.
All right, now let's just see what happened. Oh, I'm looking at negative numbers. It's because price was so small back then. There's just one thing I saw on Twitter of a StarCraft competition where the winner got like a couple $100 and the second place got like a couple hundred or $50 or something like that, and then the third place person got 20 Bitcoins. That's like close to $2 million right now.
Mm-hmm.
So this one dumped 47%. We used to have quite the volatility. 66%.
Oh boy.
Wow, that is a massive pump.
More like dumb.
Wow. Massive pump followed by a massive space laser. 63.5%. This one kind of pumped first. Pumped about 18% before dumping. Come on. About 26%. This one kind of dumped immediately, about 14%, then pumped 10%, and then bigly dumped about, come on, 51%. So it seems to be that every time the pink crosses below the yellow on the weekly, we get a pretty nasty dump ski. 37%. 22%, slight bounce, still silver in profit, and then dump of about 25%. As of right now, how much have we gone down since the pink has crossed below the yellow? 2.5%.
Oh boy.
Let's bring it down towards this 55 EMA. That was that move that we just saw of around 23%, about $75,000. Kind of shifting significantly into the bearish territory now. We were looking for that pink to reject crossing below the yellow, but now it's done that. And we've lost the bullish control zone. This is a very, very bearish setup. And we've lost the 9 and the 5 EMA, and the 5 is just about a cross below the 9. See the last time that happened on the monthly? Let's make price disappear. Right there.
Can I ask you guys something real quick?
Mm-hmm.
How come we didn't have alt season when alts are getting crushed right now?
You didn't have an alt season?
Well, people were saying there was no alt season whatsoever, but now everyone
there
is
was.
tweeting. Everyone's tweeting that alts are getting crushed. But how can they be crushed if there was no alt season? According to everyone,
I see. I don't know. The math isn't mathin'.
It's not mathin'.
It's funny. People say there's no alt season when Solana went from $8 to $295.
Or XRP. I don't understand. I really don't understand those people that are saying that there was no alt season. Dude, Trump had an $80 billion market cap.
I'm sorry you bought the wrong coins, but I think there was an alt season.
Like, wasn't that the peak market cap that Dogecoin got after all those years when SNL, like the SNL Elon Musk skit?
I think so. Something like that. Somewhere in the high 70s, I think.
That's what I think too. So I think we did get our alt season. It was just different.
Yeah, the alt season that most people were not looking for. But usually most people don't usually catch the majority of the alt season. So it's just the same thing repeating over again, where a slight few are able to catch the majority of the meat.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now people can't even say that I rigged this because I made the price disappear to draw these vertical lines. This is where every single time that the monthly 5 is crossed below the 9, or the weekly, I mean. 50%.
Balls. That's 63%, I think. Oh, no, not from there.
69%, a very beautiful number.
Nice.
%26.8%. And as of right now, we're only down 2.7%. Let's just do that 26% number. 70,000, about $71,000.
Whoa.
Not looking quite the best. Actually, kind of looking a little bearish right there. Bear Drew Tate is about to come out.
Bear Drew Tate? Oh, yeah. You're a fucking meme.
Alex sent me that one for the first time, I think in Thailand. That shit had me dying. Right now, we have confirmed bearish divergence on the 5-day with volatility sitting on that setup, still in, or now it's in expansion phase above the moving average. with price breaking down, giving you a nice rejection of the cross down of the 5 and the 9, and you're barely holding support at this 21, which lines up with these previous lows. And if you lose that 21 around $93,400, this is going to get a very, very aggressive and fast dump with volatility expansion towards this 55 at around $80,000. That's not going to be fun. It's probably going to end up going lower too, because then you'd have 2-week, monthly, and quarterly bearish divergence, probably bringing you down towards this 100 at about $69,000. And then since we have 100% hit rate on the divergence being a bear market, total guess, I'm thinking $46,000 to $42,000. And that'll be on a wick. I think it's probably going to close above that monthly candle above somewhere around 48. And then watch it dump straight to like 26.
No, you told me it was impossible.
No, it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Impossible. Never below $30,000 ever again.
It's signed. Don't everybody clip this. Para needs to sit next to me in the throne of getting clipped for years and years after.
Watch me call the next bottom on Solana perfectly from like $60 to $4,000, and everyone's like, "Remember you said we were never going below 30,000 again?"
That's how it works. I was telling everyone on this morning's podcast, I was like, everything is going like according to what I've been saying, like at least the way that I'm going, like especially Rivian didn't do the other upside and all of that. And I go, and do you guys know how you know that I'm telling you the truth? And it's just simple. No one has clipped me for 3 years. Like the clips are from 3 years ago. There's no new one saying this guy fucked up. And you know that that's real. So, yeah.
Because if there was one, they would be hounding you with it.
Oh, yeah, of course. So far, so good. Can't wait to get clipped afterwards, though. At some point, it'll happen again.
Here's some more sorrowful news for bulls. Is that notice how right here RSI made a high. We made a higher high right here. We have a high. We have a lower high right here, giving you hidden bearish divergence. And we will confirm this hidden bearish divergence with a close below $93,407. Hidden bearish divergence with how many periods of 0% volatility? And then you look at the jewel curving back down, losing the buy signal. Hidden bearish divergence at more periods of volatility than I can even count. Likely bringing us down toward that 200 at about $81,000. And now we have the silver cross confirmed to the downside as well with a perfect rejection of the 9. Bear Jesus is in control.
What a mess.
And now we're still holding this 200 as rejection ever since this breakdown started to happen. This hidden bullish divergence has been invalidated with the local top, and now we're getting volatility expansion to the downside. It's not looking good. Not looking good, bruvs.
Well, it's not looking good for people holding spot. It's looking great for us.
Oh, yeah, people holding dollars looking great.
Mm-hmm. It would be a shame if someone just had all of their money in cash. It would be a total shame.
An absolute shame.
I bet you Warren Buffett is swimming in treasuries. He doesn't even swim in bills because it's so much cash. He has to do it in treasuries.
He's wiping his tears with billion-dollar treasury notes.
Exactly. What a G.
How much percentage do those pay?
They pay the yield. So whenever you bought them, so it's anywhere between, right? I mean, in the past 2 years, he's gotten like well over 5% in a lot of them. And I want to say that the minimum is around 4.2% because that's like how low the interest rates got.
That's
maybe 237
billions of dollars with zero risk.
Well, that's Tether's business model, which is brilliant. I think it's my favorite business model in the history of Earth.
Yeah, Tether is literally doing nothing. I believe Tether has like less than 100 employees, and they're one of the biggest companies in the world.
Yeah, they make billions of dollars a year doing nothing. It's incredible. Well, they hang on a second. They do mint USDTs. So there you go.
Oh, they push a button on a computer. Sounds like such difficult work for billions of dollars.
And then someone goes to the bank and goes, "Hey, People gave me 100 million. Can I buy treasuries? Yeah. Are you going to pay those people back with those treasuries and the yield? No, I'm going to keep that. Oh, great. And they just bring the money back. It's fucking brilliant.
They're the only other people other than the United States government that can print dollars.
That's right. That's motherfucking right. That's why my boy Peter Thiel's in it.
And it has the most FUD thrown at it out of anything in crypto.
Well, they did. Now that you understand, now that I understand how it works, where they throw the FUDs where you want to be, like what they did with XRP, what they did to USDT, etc.
Every single major crypto bottom has been on Tether FUD.
Yep.
And right now on the quarterly on the momentum chart, momentum is pointed up, not quite entered into the critical zone yet. Right now, the projection is on this next open is going to enter into the critical zone. At that point, this pivot will change. Depends to see where price action is at that point. If it only changes up to from 60,600 to like 75,000, and price is still in the 90s, then more likely that this is going to continue to the upside. But say price is in the low 90s and this pivot goes to like 100K plus. That's going to be extremely bearish, and more likely you're going to break down at that point and come to somewhere around this 5 EMA at around $80,000. As of right now, it is still pointed up though, and we still have the pivot at 60,600, and we're getting volatility expansion from lowest level in history. Monthly right now is getting volatility contraction just almost at that 15% area, with momentum still pointed up. It's bouncing at the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up above 92.7. That's what makes that 92s area and 92s like 93s area very significant. Is because if you were to close below there, you'd flip monthly momentum down. Last time we flipped monthly momentum down, we dropped 33% off of this 2024 sideways and chop. Other time we flipped monthly momentum down was off of this lower high from $48,000, it dumped 75%. Then we flipped monthly momentum down at the $65,000 high and dumped to $29,000, $28,000. Every single time monthly momentum has flipped down, it's been a very, very bad signal if you're bullish. 2 week momentum is also pointing down. It's giving you hidden regular bearish divergence, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $100,000. Hopium for the bulls is that moment volatility is still contracting, but once we lose that 90 EMA of volatility, and that's at about $92,000, that volatility is going to expand with bearish divergence and momentum pointing down, likely bringing us at a minimum to the 21 at about $81,000. Weekly is now fully contracted on volatility with many periods of 0%, and now the moving average has caught up too. So what we were looking for the past couple of streams is for this moving average to catch up on this volatility contraction. Now it's in prime phase for breakdown because momentum is pointing down, rejecting the critical zone, and it's pointed down below 106,270. I believe this went up. Let me confirm.
I think so. I think on weekly was 103.
Yep, 103,676. So it went up, and it went up a decent amount. It went up from 103s to 106s. Very bearish, making it more likely that this volatility contraction is going to happen to the downside, and we're probably going to go somewhere around first slight bounce at $90,000, and eventually towards $76,000, $75,000. Only Hopium right now is getting a close over $100,000. Let's say 102, 102.5 to be on the safe side. 5-day is also pointed down, and if we can cross above that 15% while the momentum is pointed down, 85% chance that we're going to get about a 30% dump from there. And right now, it is going to be pointed down below 104,750. So let's just do around 80% from where we are now. Or, I mean, not 80%, 30%. Brings us to this 50% on the Fibonacci retracement. That's at about $65,000. Once you get down to that low, you can have 2-week, monthly, and quarterly bearish divergences, very likely bringing you towards somewhere around this 200, which right now is at about 45,500 and perfectly fits my bias. 2-day is now at 0% volatility with the moving average almost caught up. We're trying to flip up and then ended up getting a failure. And now we're rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're pointed down below 96,250. This is starting to add up to a very bearish setup. Daily, it's the same as we mentioned before. Many periods of 0% volatility. I don't know how many that is because I can't quite count that high. And right now, momentum is starting to flip back down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to flip down below 96,050. And 4 hours now getting volatility expansion with momentum starting. It was flipped up previously. It's now starting to flip down just by a hair. In the next 3 hours and 11 minutes, it will flip down if it closes below 94,833. We're like $100 below that. So So if we do close down below that number, it's going to be more probabilities of the lower highs in, and we're probably going to go lower. Go down a little bit more to get a little bit more of a bias.
Okay,
Yep, that's
opium.
Yeah. Now I got more bearish opium. Couldn't find any bullish opium. Where volatility is expanding on the 2 hour as well, and we're solidly pointed down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed down below 95,200. Makes it a lot more likely that this 4 hour is going to start flipping down from being flipped up. With volatility expansion, bleeds into the daily, continuing to flip down. Okay, volatility expansion from many periods of 0% likely brings us down first somewhere around $81,000, get somewhat of a bounce there, and then probably eventually 75 bounce, and we're going to be in a bear market at that point. 60s, maybe 60,000, 62,000 bounce, eventually 46. All right. So now basically the only time frames that are still in a bullish posturing right now on the corn are monthly and quarterly. And the pivots are on the quarterly at 60,600, and on the monthly it's at 92,700. Both of them have possible bearish divergence, where if you close the quarterly below 58,890, you're going to confirm that. On the next quarterly open, you're going to have to close below 89,224. Right now, we have possible bearish divergence in the monthly as well, where if you close below 89,224, you will confirm that. 2 week is now starting to flip down on momentum, giving you possible bearish divergence. Going to be flipped down below $100,000. We have volatility starting to contract on the 2 week, giving you a possible volatility setup to the downside. Weekly is giving you many periods of 0% volatility, and momentum is currently flipped down, and it's very likely that volatility setup will play to the downside unless we close above $102,500. Then if you go to the lower time frames, momentum was trying to flip up, like on the daily. It is currently to the upside, but if you close below around 96, that is going to flip down. And if you go down even to lower to the 4 hour and the 2 hour, those are getting volatility expansion with momentum flipping down, making it a lot more likely the daily is going to flip down, which should continue us lower to somewhere around that 92's area of support. And if we lose that area, then we're going to be in the zone of a very big danger zone of monthly confirming that bearish divergence and probably the start of the bear market. So right now we have to watch that 92s to 93s area very closely. And if it doesn't hold, probably best idea to short any bounce you get.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on that one, which is totally irrelevant to this, but fucking insane. What we're saying, boys, insane what we're seeing. We're living through history. Not really.
We've never seen prices on Bitcoin this low since last year.
It's been absolutely devastating for the Bitcoin economy for the past 2 weeks.
We're putting in applications for the McDonald's. They're getting a lot of free publicity. Best publicity.
They're about to. Yeah. And they need it desperately too, by the way. We are doing Tesla and Rivian after. So you guys choose however you want to split.
Which would you like to do, sir?
I can do Rivian. You can be the Nazi.
I'll be the Nazi.
Yeah, and by the way, we at some point we should look at Apple, because Apple is saying we're going to invest $500 million in the U.S. That's great and all, dude, but that's negative for cash flow, and that's bad for results. So it's interesting that's so high up. I think just something to keep in mind.
They can start or put that money into making stuff here, so nobody can tariff them or something.
But that's what they're doing. Yeah. But that costs money, because then you got to hire new people. You got to invest all that money. You get a pause on your productivity, or you're running simultaneously to, you know what I mean? So no matter what, like, it's kind of like what happened to Mark Zuckerberg when he was like, I'm going to invest $13 trillion in the metaverse. And it was not so much that he invested in the metaverse. It's just like his cash flow wasn't as great as it was before.
Would it be the same if they were to do it all off of loans?
it doesn't really matter because you're putting then if you're doing it off of a loan, you're putting a negative, your balance sheet becomes negative on those numbers, right? So no matter what, you still have a negative on it.
I see.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So this is why it's interesting, because I think there's a big opportunity. Let me just quickly go there because it's so high up. I think
Team
this
Apple
is
should go.
yeah.
Team Apple should go to the White House and stroke Donnie T's ego and probably give him a grant.
I'm sure he will, and I'm sure they will, but still, they're gonna need to adjust. You'll see. I guess we'll all see, boys. Thank you. Vamos a empezar con el análisis bitcoiniano. Como ustedes ya saben, voy a enseñarles primero esta tabla rápido. Esta es una tabla semanal. Tenemos el primer alto histórico de toda la historia, segundo alto histórico de toda la historia. Tenemos nuestra potente caída a bajos históricos por acá. Y de ahí hemos recuperado desde los $15,000 hasta los $109,300. Nada mal, diría el tío Salvo. Pero ahora, ¿qué estamos viendo? Una vez más, estamos llegando a la parte alta del canal, donde nos ha rechazado varias veces, y ahora estamos consolidando por acá, en lo que para mucha gente esto sería simplemente una continuación de este tipo de movimiento, pero empezamos a ver ya en Momentum muchísimas divergencias bajistas, donde antes no estaban apareciendo en ninguna tabla, ahora están en todas, y básicamente va a ser importante entender en qué niveles tenemos que preocuparnos y en qué niveles no, ¿ok? Simplemente para que sepan dónde están en toda esta operación, para que tengan una idea. De nuevo, este rango comienza en el 2021, para que tengan eso de referencia. Es un rango de casi 5 años, de 4 años, perdón. Vale, vamos a empezar con Bitcoin en la trimestral. Ahí iba a ponerle 3 minutos, me iba a poner bravo. Para la trimestral todavía nos falta 1 mes y 8 días para cerrar. Podemos ver que hemos logrado máximo histórico, un nuevo máximo histórico, y ahora nos está creando una vela topera. Esta vela topera no nos dice nada hasta que cierre, y por ahora tenemos también la expansión de volatilidad que continúa empujando el precio a la alza. Desde que tienes esta expansión, has visto cómo el precio ha llegado de, ¿qué fue? $70,000 hasta los 100,000. Entonces, sin duda alguna, volatilidad empujando el precio a la alza. Donde nos empezamos a preocupar ya definitivamente es la mensual. En la mensual tienes varios factores que no se ven bien. Uno, pierdes la expansión de volatilidad, tienes contracción de volatilidad, lo que no te está ayudando empujando el precio. Eso es uno. Dos, momentum. Momentum está flipando para abajo, por debajo de 92,000, digamos los 92,400. El problema que tienes en esta tabla mensual, y esto va a cerrar en 4 días y 8 horas, es normalmente cuando vemos un precio pivote, ese precio lo tocamos y todavía no lo hemos venido a tocar. Hemos visto que nuestro mínimo en estos días, y ahorita que me voy a acercar más, ha estado más por los 90, bueno, ha sido básicamente lo que vimos hoy, 93,800, 93,900. Y normalmente cuando tenemos un precio pivote para algo, el precio tiene que jugarnos ahí. Lo que sabemos es que probablemente vayamos a mínimo buscar eso. De perder los 92,500 en un cierre mensual, vas a empezar a irte para abajo. Ahora, otra cosa que también vale la pena mencionar es nuestra media en la mensual está en 91,856 en la zona azul. De perder la media también, nos iríamos básicamente al promedio del 9, que está en 81,800, bueno, en $82,000, pongámosle, para cerrarlo. Y si no aguanta, estás hablando de los famosos $69,000. Es lo que estaríamos viendo en esta temporalidad. Vámonos a 2 semanas. 2 semanas estamos en la parte baja de la zona azul, rechazo de la media potente al precio, justamente en esta zona, en los $102,000. De ahí, Elite Trading Academy les ha pasado 2 shorts buenísimos que han funcionado perfecto en solamente Bitcoin. También les mandamos el de Ethereum. Me parece que fue ayer cuando Alex tuvo ese en vivo o antier. Y desde entonces seguimos imprimiendo lo que nos gusta. A nosotros nos gusta este mercado bajista también. Así como tenemos ahora sí que tenemos 2 expertos, uno para arriba y uno para abajo, ¿no? Entonces tenemos ahora nuestro experto para abajo que nos ha guiado a través de todos estos shorts, el gran Alex, y han funcionado perfecto. Y vamos a continuar esa tendencia y nada nos va a parar. Ahora, Muy importante no perder el nivel de los 92,636 en la de 2 semanas, que de nuevo eso va a sangrar a la mensual. Eso sangraría a la mensual con esa divergencia bajista. Esa divergencia bajista en la mensual normalmente nos ha dado, no normalmente, 100 de 100 nos ha dado el fin del mercado alcista de Bitcoin localmente hablando. Así que queremos ver que aguante en las 2 semanas 92,636. Esto va a cerrar este fin de semana que viene en 6 días y 8 horas. También nuestro gráfico mensual va a cerrar al mismo tiempo, por lo que hay una alta probabilidad de ir a buscar acá. Simplemente va a ser la cuestión de vamos a cerrar por arriba o abajo de los 92,700. Eso es lo que nos preguntamos. También tienes volatilidad contrayendo en este momento. Está en 39,68%, ya no tenemos nada por ahí. Aquí es donde viene lo preocupante, porque en la semanal no nada más pierdes la media y tienes todos estos rechazos de la media, ya no estás llegando a la media y no nada más no estás llegando a la media, tienes tu promedio del 9 absolutamente rechazando al precio y eso nos llevaría a llevar a la parte baja de la zona azul en 89,996, lo que traducido a la de 2 semanas nos llevaría por debajo de la zona azul. Eso nos llevaría y nos daría la divergencia bajista mensual y eso básicamente nos diría que esto definitivamente fue el tope de Bitcoin. Otra cosa es, tenemos un setup semanal con 1, 2, 3, 4 periodos de nula volatilidad. Este tipo de setup semanales con poca volatilidad en Bitcoin con cero volatilidad, nula volatilidad en Bitcoin, nos da movimientos de 30% o 35% para arriba o para abajo. Vamos a hacer esto rápido. Depende a dónde vaya a apoyar la volatilidad, pero simplemente viendo momentum a dónde va, favorecemos nosotros la opción de que vaya a ir para abajo. Pero no dejas que nuestro bias te diga exactamente qué hacer, carnal. Vamos a ver cuánto sería un 30% para arriba de acá. Creo que es bastante obvio, pero lo vamos a hacer. 30% nos pone en $123,000, 35% nos pone en 127. Todos los alcistas de Bitcoin ya con el neve parado. Y para abajo tenemos el 30% a la baja, está en 65,990 y el 35 está justamente donde está nuestro promedio del 100 por acá, en los 61,274. No estoy diciendo que eso vaya a ser el caso y que se tenga que dar completamente, pero las estadísticas favorecen ese tipo de movimiento. Vamos a la de 5 días, donde en las 5 días también tenemos ese tipo de setup con volatilidad nula. Ha estado jugándolo un poco diferente que la de 2 semanas, pero vemos que la volatilidad ya está por encima del promedio y está expandiendo ante este caidón. Y este caidón hemos perdido la zona azul, nos rechazó potentemente y nos está aguantando justamente el promedio del 21 en los 93,895. En este momento, si perdemos esta zona en la de 5 días, que todavía para cerrar esta vela faltan 6 horas y 59 minutos, podríamos ir al 61,8%, que está en 89,941, pero eso va a depender totalmente de en 6 horas poder aguantar 93,900 y esta es tu línea en la arena, cabrón. Estás metido en esto y eres alcista, pierdes esos 93,900 en este cierre y muy probablemente este ganso ya se cocinó y que Dios nos bendiga a todos y nos agarre bien parados. Diaria, tienes varios periodos de nula volatilidad, lo que nos está también dando otro gran cero potente de volatilidad. Volatilidad está expandiendo por encima del promedio, empujando fuerte. Deja de picarle a cosas, Alejandro. En este momento el promedio del 100 nos está aguantando y nos está aguantando. Este es 1, 2, 3 toques. Cada vez que tocas uno de estos promedios se vuelve más débil y menos probabilidad tienes de aguantar. Otra cosa que nos da un poco de confluencia a la baja es este cruce plateado que tenemos acá a la baja y también que el precio está moviendo a la baja, ¿no? Pero el cruce plateado a la baja acá, recuerda que el promedio del 9 siempre es la zona donde quieres hacer el short cuando tienes a la baja o a la alza para hacer un long, pero en este momento este es un cruce plateado a la baja con un rechazo efectivo y potente de la media en los 96,500 que nos llevó a la parte baja de la zona azul. De no poder aguantar nuestro promedio del 100 que está en 94,132 que coincide con nuestro promedio del 21 en la de 5 días que está en los 93,700 que estábamos platicando, de llegar a perder esta zona de los 93,700, la parte baja de la zona azul, vamos a ir al 61,8% en los 90,000. Y de ahí probablemente esta volatilidad esté expandiendo y eso nos vaya a llevar al chorizo. Y lo peor es que cuando nos metemos en temporalidades aún más bajas, volatilidad está apoyando este movimiento de expansión a la baja. Lo pueden ver acá para que vean con esta línea y estamos empujando este precio para abajo. Estamos justamente aguantando en el 50% de llegar a perderlo. Siguiente objetivo, 61.8%, de llegar a perderlo simplemente por las consecuencias que vemos en altas temporalidades. Tendría mucho más movimiento para abajo también. Y lo peor de todo esto es que en la de 4 horas no estás sobreextendido a la baja. Estás literalmente simplemente siendo rechazado de la zona azul y yéndote para allá. 2 horas, un poco de lo mismo que vimos en la de 4 horas. Nos está aguantando el 61.8%, pero de no aguantar, de nuevo, aquí ya empiezas a tocar zonas bastante negativas. Tienes también volatilidad expandiendo en la de 2 horas. Es un poco más acá, esta expansión en la de 2 horas que nos está llevando exactamente este trastazo que se está dando Bitcoin. Eso es Bitcoin. Vamos rápido a ver al dólar. El dólar lo podemos ver en la mensual rápidamente. Voy a quitar esto porque es mejor el HPDR en timeframes cortos y podemos ver aquí al dólar en la mensual. Solamente quiero darles una idea. Warren Buffett está sentado en 380 mil millones de dólares en cash. Warren Buffett es el que conocemos como el mejor inversionista del mundo. Warren Buffett ha abierto esa posición y la ha estado expandiendo a través de los últimos 2 años. ¿Qué te dice eso? Que si tiene cash y está holdeando dólares Warren Buffett, él está apostando a que el dólar va a subir brutalmente. Estamos viendo expansión en la mensual del dólar y nos está llevando para arriba. Ahora, esto no se ve tan preocupante, pero cuando te enteras que en el 2022 fue el fondo del mercado, cuando Meta estaba 70% abajo, Netflix estaba 70% abajo, todas esas empresas estaban 70% abajo, no te has dado cuenta todavía que hicimos bajos más altos, altos más altos, y ahora vamos a ir a buscar a barrer esto y va a continuar, sobre todo cuando volteas a ver el dólar en la de 6 meses, puedes ver esa expansión, hay una divergencia alcista también, en esta temporalidad con una señal de compra y estamos simplemente flotando en la media del canal. ¿Esto qué nos quiere decir? Que en más o menos alrededor tienes un cruce plateado también en la de 6 meses, que es una mamada a la alza. Lo que esto nos está diciendo sencilla y simplemente es que a través del próximo año, tal cual como lo comentamos al principio de este video, a través de este próximo año vamos a ver al dólar hacer lo que hizo en el 2022. Y esto que hizo en el 2022 nos llevó a todos los mercados, todo el riesgo, cripto estaba en el piso, los mercados, el S&P 500, todos esos estaban en el piso. Estamos yendo en la misma dirección en este momento. El dólar mínimo está yendo en esa dirección. Y esto también es apoyado racionalmente, un dólar fuerte, al mismo tiempo estás viendo esto que no tiene mucho sentido para mucha gente. Y esto podría ser, no sé cuándo se vaya a dar, por cierto, quiero que quede súper claro. Tenemos un rechazo del promedio de los 200, el S&P 200 en la de 6 meses, de nuevo, estos son 6 meses, estamos en extremos y doble extremo. Tenemos que entender una cosa fuerte por acá, ¿ok? La única vez que hemos trepado por acá arriba del 4.75%, hemos tenido un desastre. Nos llevaron hasta 15% de intereses. La cosa es, y esto es diferente, y esto es donde todo el mundo se está rompiendo la cabeza, ¿ok? Donde a nadie le cabe que los intereses estén bajando y el dólar se vaya a fortificar, porque lo que hemos vivido últimamente es una manipulación artificial enfrente de tu cara de cómo funciona el dólar. Y eso lo han hecho de la siguiente manera. En el 2022, quiero que lo piensen así, en el 2022, la razón por la que el dólar se fortaleció como se fortaleció fue porque en marzo empezamos a subir tipos, ¿ok? Y lo subimos fuerte y rápido. Eso causó una subida en el 2022 de básicamente todo esto que vieron hasta acá, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el fin del 2022? Esta subidota, desde acá hasta acá. Subir tipos nos llevó o ayudó a empujar al dólar aún más a llegar a este punto. Perdón, al DXY. Ahora estoy viendo el bono a 10 años. Un segundo, quiero regresar allí al DXY en esto. Hasta acá nos llevó, ¿ok? ¿Por qué lo estoy diciendo? Porque la última vez que nos llevaron acá, artificialmente nosotros hicimos al dólar fuerte subiendo tipos y al mismo tiempo aprovechamos que todas las monedas alrededor del mundo, era el euro, el peso, todos también subieron tipos. ¿Se acuerdan de eso? todo el mundo sube tipos, el dólar sube tipos agresivamente, todo el mundo se refugia en el dólar. Esa subida del dólar fue en parte ayudada artificialmente, o ayudada, no voy a decir artificialmente, por la subida de tipos. Y la subida de tipos nos llevó básicamente acá. Y ahora, después, los tipos comenzaron a bajar naturalmente y el dólar perdió fuerza, pero no mucha, se quedó en 100, ¿ok? Lo que estamos viviendo ahorita es algo que no hemos visto en muchos años, en muchísimos, no tengo idea cuántos, pero en muchísimos años, donde ves a los bonos, el rendimiento de los bonos ya subir. Y personalmente voy a atreverme a decir, esto o muy cerca de esto es el tope. Y ahora estos van a caer. Y me van a decir, pero entonces, ¿cómo el dólar se va a fortalecer? En el 2022, tipos subieron, dólar fuerte. Sí, pero en el 2022 tiramos y destruimos toda nuestra industria, trajimos inmigrantes, destruimos absolutamente todo cómo funcionaba Estados Unidos y ese fue el final de eso. Y ahora lo que estamos haciendo es, Apple, te quedas en Estados Unidos, salte de toda Europa, salte de India, vente a Estados Unidos, pon 500 mil millones de dólares, abre tus tiendas, abre tu producción acá. Toda la gente de coches, Ford, GM, Stellantis, tengan 10, 20 mil millones de dólares, vengan a producir sus coches acá y tráiganselos de México, tráiganselos de Europa. Toma dinero, Rivian. Y estamos absolutamente trayendo toda la industria acá. Una vez más, el nearshoring fue lo que hizo que el superpeso existiera en México junto al corte de gasto de gobierno público, a la mayor producción de dinero. Dejaron de producir más dinero en México por X, Y o Z. No es lo mismo que están haciendo en Estados Unidos, por cierto, no funciona igual, porque eso fue diferente a cómo pasó. Y acá Estados Unidos está fortaleciendo su moneda y su moneda, por ende, no va a tener que venderse no va a tener que pagar estos fees para que quieras estar en el dólar. Porque si Warren Buffett está lleno de dólares, ¿no? En este momento, ¿tú crees que le van a pagar más si sigue comprando o que estos dólares se van a repreciar y el dólar te va a poder pagar mucho menos? Porque ¿en qué te vas a quedar? ¿El euro? ¿En lo que imprimen más euros? ¿En qué te vas a quedar? ¿No? ¿En serio? ¿Te vas a quedar en el euro donde imprimen más euros? No. No te vas a quedar en la moneda china tampoco, que sigue devaluando para poder seguir produciendo y de acuerdo a su modelo internacional. ¿Qué vas a hacer? Vas a tener que comprar dólares. No vas a comprar la libra esterlina, no vas a comprar el euro y no vas a comprar el yen japonés. Así que eso es el dólar. Otra cosa importante, la dominancia de Bitcoin. Un segundo, BTCD. La dominancia de Bitcoin. Para todo el mundo que es alcista en esto, digo, que era bajista en esto, una dominancia de Bitcoin, haciendo esto, un alto más alto, consolidando, creando un bajo más alto y continuando a la alza, en lo que el precio de Bitcoin está cayendo, en lo que las altcoins como Solana están cayendo. No sé cómo decirles esto, pero ya alt season ya pasó. Y yo sé que mucha gente les dice, es que todavía no ha pasado. Pero, güey, en el 2022 o 21, Elon Musk fue a SNL y todo el mundo estaba hypeado por Dogecoin. Dogecoin en ese entonces logró un máximo histórico en el 2021. Y ese máximo histórico tenía una capitalización menor a la que Donald Trump consiguió con su moneda en 3 días. Para que tengan una idea, ¿no tuvimos alt season? Claro que tuvimos alt season. Solana fue de $8 a $295. XRP fue de 35 centavos a $3. Ya tuvimos alt season. Es diferente. Alt season no es como la de Bitcoin que se repite una y otra vez. No puedes. Tiene que ser diferente porque hay diferente tecnología y diferente atención del público en ella. Así que, básicamente, para simplificar todo este análisis potente que nos acaban de dar, estos cracks, se las voy a dar sencilla. Una vez más, y a todos mis traders de Elite Trading Academy que estuvieron en esa clase cuando les dije, estamos en un rango. Y en este rango, cuando estoy abajo, compro long. Cuando llego arriba, vendo ese long. O cuando llego en medio de acá. Yo soy muy conservador. Yo, cada que estoy en este rango, si toco la parte alta, vendo. Toco la parte baja, compro. ¿Ok? Obviamente esto va a cambiar. Este paradigma va a cambiar. Y ahora, esta parte alta en 106,000. La media de este rango en el que estamos, en mi opinión, es 99,900. Arriba de 99,900 tienes chance de ir a buscar máximos históricos. Abajo de 99,900, tienes chance de buscar los 92,500. Y de perder esos 92,500, vienes por acá a la media del canal que tiene confluencia con esta línea meme que está subiendo de lado. Y eso me dice que muy probablemente vamos a venir a esta zona en los 78,000, 80,000 dólares. Y es lo que estamos viendo en Bitcoin, con la dominancia de Bitcoin subiendo, el precio de Bitcoin bajando, los altcoins absolutamente sangrando, porque no, no es lo que le estaba preguntando a Farhan. ¿Cómo me dicen que no hubo alt season cuando todo el mundo está diciendo que todas las altcoins están siendo destruidas en este momento? No puede ser destruida si no subió al principio. Entonces, solamente eso para todos ustedes. Ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin, estén pendientes a todas las alertas de Lead Trading Academy, por el amor de Dios, que aquí es donde hacemos dinero, señores. Lo han visto este fin de semana, en los últimos días acá. A nosotros no nos importa para dónde vaya el precio. Vamos a hacerlo, vamos a hacer las cosas bien, sin FOMO y solamente con datos y de acuerdo a nuestras bases. Así que vámonos con ello. Rivian, we're ready for some Rivian, sir, of course.
Oh, let's get it.
Let's get this shit, dude. Come on. Come on. It's by the book. This is Rivian by the book.
And it's gone. Yeah.
And it's gone.
Yeah, why we're saying this is because Rivian loves to just squeeze up and then nuke. Squeeze up and then nuke. Squeeze up and then nuke. It's just the flavor of Rivian. We were very cautious though of it because of earnings, I believe, on Friday. But Alejandro mentioned the fact that I don't think they're going to come in good unless I believe you were saying they were cash flow positive or profitable.
That's what it was. Everybody thought they were going to be net positive on cash flow per car, but they were just grossly positive. That means they're taking out some numbers to be like, see, we're making money as long as we don't put the company salaries, the new factories, everything that we're spending, then it's just grossly positive. But otherwise, we're not net positive. And that's exactly what happened.
I see. Yeah, that's not good. And, so what do we have now? Well, I was going into the weekend ideally hoping we'd get some kind of move into, the beginning of this week across the board, stocks specifically. I'm not sure if that's going to happen now. I'm going to delete the LARP line. That's all it is. And what do we have? Well, right now we have a 2-day breakdown. And this is closing in a day and 4 hours. But you would be very cautious of this because of where the 2-day closed on Friday. Friday's close was really nasty because what we see is on that 2-day dump, we essentially lost all the major moving averages. We lost support at $13.50 and we closed below the EMA 34. It's never a good sign when in one candle you end up closing and losing all the major moving averages, especially when you see that they were clustered right there, right around the $13.60 region. You had the EMA 100, the 9, the 21, and lastly the 34. Curious to see where the median was as well. Median was at $12.50, and then today, see, this was kind of the idea was the 2-day would close, we lose all the major moving averages. Into this week, we dump down, hit the median, and at that point, I wanted to see a rally back up. Here in this $13 region was my short zone for Rivian. Now we have to kind of cycle and look at potentially another breakdown here. We see here that the daily is now breaking major support at $12.30. That's a pretty big zone for Rivian, and we've talked about this a lot. When Rivian loses at $12.30 and stays under that, generally just leads to downside price action. It's never a good sign when Rivian loses the $12.30 region, unless we lose it and reclaim it and hold it. But right now, there's no indication of that actually being the scenario, which would be an SFP. Right now, we're breaking down. We've lost the daily median, and even volatility is still pushing up. We see here. And Rivian on the daily loves to go up, closer to the 80s on BBWP. So this still has a lot of room to go. And it's still more likely that upon expansion, this will just go down. Now, what we see here is that SMA 200 on the daily rejected today. That is something I'm noticing right now. So that kind of was the stopping point, in my opinion, which was that SMA 200 retest. Now we're getting expansion from it and we're losing support. But that's perfectly okay. If you're a bear, of course, because now what we see is, there should be no FOMO here. Daily's close to silver crossing. We're now losing $12.30. We're slightly bouncing off the 38.2%. But what we know in that is if we hold the 38.2%, which I'll go on a limb and say maybe we do today, good chance that wherever this median goes will be where price ends up going. So that could literally mean that the median right now is at $12.30. Maybe it shifts slightly down, close to that $12.20 level. Maybe into the today we lose this $12.30 and officially lose major support. Now we know that once we lose major support, right? Once we actually lose the $12.30, Rivian does like to come up and test it. This test here, in my opinion, now is going to be where I'm shifting gears. Whereas I wanted to move into this week where we popped up and then maybe rejected here before going down. It seems like that is not going to happen. And so now what we need to gauge is the reaction right at $12.30. Makes sense for me to see the 38.2% hold. Maybe the daily opens up, we bounce up, and then from here, I'd want to see a harsh rejection. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, what was major support should be flipped into major resistance with even daily median confluence of that. You can see on Rivian, we were holding above the daily median for a while here. So now we've lost it. We've now tested it into resistance. Into tomorrow, potentially that could be a good opportunity to look for a short. As long as we're under that SMA 200 and specifically the daily EMA 100, which is right around the same zone, right around $12.80 to $12.60, you have more of a greater chance of breaking down from here. Now, I'm curious to see what the higher time frames are looking. Because, if we want a breakdown, we need volatility to confirm that. And would you see that it is? So on the weekly, we have a volatility setup, and we haven't had one since June of 2023. This volatility setup upon expansion led us up in this, this was, I believe, the last weekly volatility setup. Let me just double check that statement. Yeah. All right. Maybe. Yeah. They didn't fully go into the 15%. It basically hit 15% here. So actually what I'm seeing on Rivian is this is the second weekly volatility setup we've ever had in the history of Rivian. Now, this went right almost to 15%, so we could look at it. This was an upside move when we did get expansion, but it wasn't technically a real weekly setup. That still gave us a 80% move, pretty impressive. This was the official one where we ever so slightly fell under 15%, and then upon expansion here, we went up 82%. Interesting. So the last two occurrences were over 60%. We see now that the weekly has definitely reset, and it's even expanding now ever so slightly into this week. We see here that the weekly median is at $12.50. Again, just could tie into the fact that we end up seeing price really break away from that $12.30 region. It could just play into, if the median stays around here, specifically on the weekly, this could play into then this retest scenario more greatly happening. But what we see now is the weekly is not looking good. We see here that, again, the weekly lost all the major moving averages, and the Friday, you would have already been very cautious of that because we have this major SFP here. You would have noticed that the weekly was rejecting the median here, losing the 38.2%. This almost acted like a weekly bull trap where it almost seemed like we were breaking out, but we weren't. Quick deviation. This week couldn't even rally up to this cluster here right around $13 to reject, and now we are just fully losing support. So now what we see here is the next target technically is going to be $11. And at that point you have to just look at kind of where we're at, right? And whenever you lose $12.30, where do you usually go to on Rivian? Well, you usually go to the bottom of this support, and that's right now at $10. We can obviously extend this LARP line here. And by doing that, you can kind of see visually, okay, the 38.2% on the weekly might be an area of interest here. We see this channel, meme channel, it's been working, I guess. And we do see that technically, as long as we're under the weekly median, we would have a greater chance of going right around this zone. But we would already been aware of that just because of the daily losing this support. So for now, what we can say is as long as we're under, the SMA 200 at $12.67, Rivian is going to break down. Now, since we've already retested the SMA 200 today, I'm unsure if we're going to actually get above this wick high. So in that sense, I'd actually be and I'm going to be watching carefully, probably into tomorrow, maybe a short for Rivian. Rallies up, hits the 38.2% on the daily, goes wherever the median is, and a harsh rejection leading closer to that $10 zone. That to me seems at least like an easy setup, because we know where we're wrong, and that would be once we start actually getting back above specifically February 24th wick high. I do think Rivian, and this is what I said on the Discord yesterday, is giving us a short. I just think it's all about patience right now. Patience is going to dictate the easy short. You could scale in now, but you'll run the risk of us bouncing around here. You don't want to be the guy shorting when we're basically at the end of the party. I'm all for, though, waiting for bearish structure. And so right now what we see is, even if we throw the trend wave catalyst on, and let me go on a 2-day because it's always easier. You can see here the 2-day is now shifted in a downtrend. So we've got our lower low. We need the lower high now. And so that lower high can come right around that $12.30. Maybe though, maybe we test this cluster here again. But until then, it's like, what is this range here potentially of the 2 points where we could reject? That's actually very ginormous. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn. Then I'm going to scratch what I said. Honestly, the way the 2-day is looking now, to me, it'd make a lot more sense to just kind of wait for this, because you can even see here, the median on the 2-day is starting to go up towards that cluster. So, maybe we actually end up coming and testing a little bit around here. But for this scenario, you'd want to actually see just a tap and harsh rejection leading to a nice ugly wick. So it's kind of a tricky spot, because you could really reject off that daily median at $12.30, but you also, especially with how the 2-day is looking, really could end up testing this cluster here unless we really start breaking away. Now, I'm curious to see what the reactions were. I mean, even here on this breakdown, we ended up testing. I remember this short. This was an easy short, but we did end up testing the cluster here, even after breaking away from it. Even fell below the 2-day median, rallied up, lost it, hit the median, hit the cluster, and that was the big move down. So honestly, a conservative short, less aggressive, will be for us to wait simply for that bearish retest. Kind of the same idea I had going into Rivian in the weekend, but I'm not going to just sit here and say this has a really high chance, because as we see, the daily is breaking down and we've already tested the SMA 200. So if we end up going up to this point, the why we needed a harsh rejection is because you're going to run the risk of the daily reclaiming the SMA 200. Anytime you go under the SMA 200, reclaim it, generally that leads to just more bullish momentum. So it's kind of a tricky spot, this chart.
Can I throw some your way?
Definitely.
Take a look at February 2024. Just take a look at the same, because Rivian, again, this is not about being good or not. This is just about looking at what it's done one year over another and time-wise.
Right
February
here, right?
2024.
Oh, 2024, I see.
Just February 2024, because right now it's February 2025.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go.
Interesting. So yeah, we had that breakdown here at 12:30. Went straight to 10, got a bounce, formed the lower high right at this support zone, filled some of that gap, came down. Yikes. In February 2024 was looking like what on volatility? Yes, that's interesting. So even on that major move down here, you had volatility not even that low. I mean, it was pretty high, actually. That move up made us go to the 80s. We started to reset, which caused price to go up. Why I'm looking at volatility now is because of what we saw in February 2024 did this. And we saw volatility not even give a setup. It just started to expand from like 54% up to the 80s. What could that mean for Rivian with the weekly now expanding from the setup? That's really not good. And so even here on this weekly, you see that the basically $10, like $11, we'll call it, is right at that 38.2%, right at the bottom of this meme channel I just extended. We start really losing this channel here. Yeah, you're probably going to start seeing Rivian come down very minimum to $10. We already know though that that's area has been tested a lot at $10. So then a highly greater chance we're actually going to come back down to $8.30. And then with what we've been saying with Rivian, monthly is still in a downtrend. So if we end up coming back down to the $8.50 region, you'll notice that the 38.2% on the monthly is right there. You know, that's not good because if we start breaking this with Rivian's volatility at the lowest read we've ever had recorded, yeah, I mean, this really could mean that we actually end up going to that $6 region on Rivian, which has been kind of a point for me, which I do believe we're going to eventually see. And I even think Farn was talking about that $6 region. That to me could be a big zone for Rivian, whereas we could see a major bounce there. We see we're at the extreme zones on HPDR on the monthly, assuming these don't change. But then we're also saying, okay, cool, that weekly volatility setup fired off. And then depending on wherever this weekly is, it could still technically be contracting. The bullish scenario would be we dump Megali to $6 and this just contracts volatility. We reach $6, form some kind of bottom there, get everyone super bearish. We hit the extreme lows here. And then once this starts to expand is when maybe Rivian catches like a move it loves to do, which is goes up 200-300% from the lows. Maybe that's just all of an assumption based on nothing though. And until then, this still has a greater chance of forming a lower low. To me, what we saw in January looks like just another lower high. February, another lower high. And this is just really brewing a breakdown now. So what are we seeing now into this monthly closure? Well, we're potentially going to see the monthly median get lost now. And so when we see that monthly median get lost in 4 days, which is at $11.92, we can at least use that as good confluence that we're most likely going to come back down at very minimum to like the $10 zone. And that then could tell me that most likely this channel is not going to hold. And then we have to really question this weekly chart view, which is, well, if we go to $10, that means the weekly is losing the 38.2%. We know simply that once that weekly does lose the 38.2%, well, Rivian just tends to collapse. So as shown here, I mean, we lost it in this candle. This was a what, 38% move down in one weekly candle. That's absolutely disgusting. Unless you're, of course, shorting, that must have been fun. So how can I tie this in a nice bow that makes sense? For now, right now, Rivian is looking highly corrective to me. It seems to me like we're on the verge of breaking down, and the area we should be gauging is $10.80 to $11. It's kind of like the line in the sand based on the weekly chart. So that means really that this high that we put in today needs to hold. I need this SMA 200 to keep holding price down. And so we have two areas of interest where we could potentially go short. The first, but more aggressive area is this scenario where the 38.2% closes above today. Tomorrow we go down, we bounce from that point, go up, test the daily median, reject $12.30 very aggressively for that basically breakdown. That would make a lot of sense considering we're breaking down. We've held this zone for a while as major support, and we're even getting confluence of that with the median. Or the second scenario will be this still plays out where we bounce off the 38.2%, but price doesn't stop here by the daily median. We actually end up going closer to this cluster of just all the major moving averages I look. And so whereas the idea on the daily is we reject the median, maybe we go a little above that. Because remember, shorts have had a pretty easy ride down, and I'm sure a lot of them have just been scaling in. And then even today, they got an easy, what was today even? Was this actually, yeah, 7% move down on today. That's pretty, like, that's really easy. Like, you just waited for the SMA 200, you noticed a little bit of weakness, you opened a short per the book, and you printed 7%. That gets to shorts heads, and they often think they get a free ride. We know nothing goes up or down only. So the second scenario would be $12.30 doesn't reject us. We go above here, but this is the key is we quickly squeeze up, tap this EMA 9 on the 2-day, harshly reject, not leading to essentially this 2-day closing nothing more than a wick up and a harsh rejection down. Because if this second scenario plays out, you're going to run the risk of the SMA 200 becoming reclaimed, and that could give bulls the extra push to maybe go up higher to like $13.70. Until then, though, that seems more likely to me. The two scenarios: you're either going to reject here at 12.30, or you're going to go up to maybe $13 and reject. Both scenarios, though, involve a rejection, and both scenarios result to us going to the $10.80. $10.80, though, will be your line in the sand. At that point, though, if we reach $10.80, you'll already be very cautious, because the daily at that point has moved dramatically away from the SMA 200. But then also even the 2-day here is just like in no man's land. The hopium is that $10.80 to $11 holds, and then maybe the daily can shed off that volatility. It keeps going up while the 2-day resets. Then maybe we see the expansion up from that $10.80. If that area doesn't hold, though, this is the line in the sand. And why I'll say that is just because of what I showed here, which is the 38.2%. You start losing that on weekly closures, GG bulls, because anytime we lose that, it just generally leads to major moves down. Like here, lost the blue zone, nuked. Here, this was the nuke that took us out of the blue zone. And then here even lost the blue zone, nuked.
Farhan likes head and shoulders. There's the biggest head and shoulders in the universe on this chart right there. Like the last three tops. That's the second one. That's the last shoulder, by the way. The middle one is the middle one is the head. Yeah. And
all right, so confirmed it's going negative.
And you're looking at like left shoulder, head, right shoulder.
No. 1 second. Let me just show you on my chart. I'm on the weekly.
Let's see this.
This is the head. So your first shoulder is right here, right? One, head, shoulder. It's enormous.
Interesting.
Negative.
I think even this could be the left shoulder over this one. That would make
you could also use it,
because then this would line up with the right, and then you have the head here. Yikes, that would be pretty bad. Would you use this then, technically?
I mean, no, because it's going to give you a negative number, right? Can measure it, but that's a huge, that's an enormous.
I guess you're right. Yeah, it would.
Maybe they'll pay you to hold Rivian.
Let me put
1 million shares for me, please.
It's going to be the instead of the oil shock, it's going to be the Rivian shock event.
I'll ask for 10 million shares, please.
Me too.
Let me see here. Okay, bearish high to low. I always have to look at my notes for that. High to low. We'll go from here. Is it the closing low, Farn, or is it the wick low?
Whichever one you prefer to use.
Yeah, I'll do the wick low then for my system. Okay, so I mean, even there, we see the 38.2% is right around that $11 region. I'm honestly not even getting anything from this. Let me just delete that. Let me go to the monthly. Because we can't have a negative number. Well, unless,
Unless they pay you to hold it.
Unless, it's truly just fucked. Yeah, I'm actually not getting anything from that, but that's fine. Right now, though, I mean, you're just going to be focused on where we're at now, which is you're going to be on the bias that Rivian is on it's breaking down. So you're on the bias on there, and you're just going to be shifting gears and watching, okay, does the median hold? That median, if anyone doesn't have it, is $11.92. So you kind of want that to hold. If you really start losing the median, again, into March, you're really not going to have anything supporting price, then a rejection of the median, not a rejection, but a loss of the median, then maybe we see a rejection of it to March. Technically speaking, that would give us that move to the 38.2% at $8.46. So that would mean that this doesn't hold at $10.80, which means that the weekly breaks us down. From that breakdown, I mean, that is literally a 21.5% move. So that would definitely be the breakdown, in my opinion, from that point, taking us all the way down to the $88.30 region. But remember, with what we know, the monthly's in a downtrend. So if you're already testing this zone here, you have to wonder if this low is going to hold. And if it doesn't, then yeah, $6 will be the zone. And even here, I mean, that's the 100% on the weekly. These will shift, obviously. But the point I'm trying to bring is we should see a major pump at $6 at least. Now, I'll happily be wrong. And if the 6 doesn't hold, then we're probably going to go you know, like $4 or $5. But I have seen a lot of things in the months I've been looking at Rivian telling me that $6 could be a nice zone. And so we'll have to see. That's just it. But until then, this seems like March is brewing a major collapse for Rivian. So I definitely want to get short on this. I just think we just have to be wise here on this short because we don't want to get smoked. Because Rivian does like to move up 7% before going down. So the Academy, I'll be mainly focused on this scenario short. But for anyone who's not in the Academy, who just likes to trade by themselves, you have two scenarios: rejection here, possibly into tomorrow, or a move back up. We go up to $13. There, I'd expect a very harsh rejection. So you can just take that however you want, but I will be focused more on the Academy short for the conservative play because that at least gives us a logical invalidation, in my opinion, than shorting here. And then you potentially eat a 7% move, which might then be the stop loss. So that's Rivian, though. I mean, so watch today. Ideally, today we'll close under $12.30, get a rally up, reject that, make our way down to $10.80. $10.80 seems likely, possibly into this week and next week. I'll be totally wrong on Rivian, though, going down, and this will actually be looking very bullish if we, like I said before, reclaim $13.73. Specifically, 2 to 3 candle closures, right? Not a reclaim, pump up, rejection, deviation, but like a reclaim, pump up, and then follow through. That would be strength. But the way the daily is showing is not good, and that could bleed into the 2-day. So the hopium is that maybe we do go up to $10.80. This plays out, sheds off this volatility. 2-day then can base off $10.80, kind of like around here. 2-day then expanded, right? And then we got that nice move up. Maybe the same thing could happen. That is literally the only bullish OPM I have here, though. Until then, it's just looking like Rivian's going to make its way closer to $8 within the next coming months.
I had on the last one that we did, above this, we go to 20. Below this, we go to 7. I guess that's where we're heading.
Yeah, that's very simple, but it's true. I mean,
yeah.
Basically.
Sometimes easier and simpler is better than more complicated, right? And I think Rivian is pretty stupid in the way, like very simple in the way it moves, not stupid, simple.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing. Fucking awesome. All righty. Vamos a ver Rivian. Oh, because we already did Tesla. Oklo for you, Alex. Oklo's fun.
Right.
I sold that shit at like 50% of my bag at 50. It's down hard right now.
Oh yeah, damn, that was a good sell actually,
dude. I mean, it was too much. It was too, and we did it here. It was crazy. Okay, vamos a empezar con Rivian antes de ir a Tesla, también con el gran Farhan para que nos diga cómo se está viendo la cosa. Pero quiero que vean algo sencillo. Y esto se los había puesto, la gente que estuvo acá la vez pasada lo sabe. Este es un gráfico semanal. Dije, encima de esto a $20, ¿no? Aquí está. Abajo de esto a $7. ¿Qué fue lo que pasó? Abajo, ¿no? Lo pueden ver ahí claramente, que literalmente no pudimos hacer nada. Bueno, ahora que ya tocó esto y que ya sabemos a dónde vamos, que vamos a los 7 tal vez, o mínimo vamos para abajo, ¿no? Es lo que parecería. ¿Por qué lo decimos? Déjenme rápido, quito estas cosas para que lo puedan ver limpiamente. La razón por la que yo lo había dicho es porque en la semanal era bastante fácil de ver. Tienes tu promedio del 55, que es esta línea naranja bajando, y había dado un SFP antes, justamente en esta zona, ¿no? Teníamos este SFP. Esto fue un SFP mañoso porque te está enseñando, ve el velazo que dio por encima y dices, no hay manera de que vayas a caer por debajo de. ¿Cómo de que no, papá? ¿Cómo de que no? Y ahí lo tienes. Creaste un alto más bajo que el pasado, bajo más bajo que este, alto más bajo que este alto, y ahora tienes un bajo más bajo. Déjame te enseño eso rápido. Déjame pongo el catalista para que lo puedas ver exactamente en Rivian. Estamos en esta tendencia donde pum, arriba, abajo, abajo, un alto más bajo que el pasado y un bajo más bajo que el pasado. Eso nos rompe toda esta estructura, ¿ok? Absolutamente toda esta estructura que era alcista queda rota. Y ahora, ¿dónde me voy a fijar para mi siguiente parada? Mi siguiente invalidación es esta, justamente acá. Y esa es donde cerró esta vela. Esto es en una, lo estoy viendo en la semanal, para que sepan. El wick low de esta vela está en 11.52. Llegas a perder los 11.52, $10 son lo que sigue. O sea, no tienes que ser un crack para entender eso, simplemente son niveles, ¿no? Aunque primera parada vas a ser en los 10.80. ¿Por qué? Porque le tiene que dar una esperanza a toda esta gente que compró en este bajo, o que se está fijando más bien en estos bajos, de poder caer por acá, hacer algo así, y que todo el mundo diga, no mames, rebotó a la alza, ahí está, un bajo más alto. Pero lo que va a hacer en realidad es comérsela entera e ir a esta zona otra vez. Ahora, no sé si llegue a precios más bajos de los que ya vimos, y la razón por qué es porque está muy sobreextendido. Estaría muy barata la empresa. O sea, a mí no me gusta tanto ver fundamentales de la empresa, pero hay veces donde tienes que. Y el fundamental de la empresa estaría en el piso. O sea, literalmente, si yo pudiera, me endeudaría para comprar todas las acciones de Rivian abajo de $8. ¿Me entienden? Y esto se los he dicho 1000 veces y es lo que he estado esperando. Voy a poner todo mi dinero, todo mi cash en esto, porque entiendo perfectamente a dónde va. Ahora, ustedes hagan lo que quieran, no les estoy diciendo qué hacer con su dinero. Ya nos vieron ganar en este bajo y vendiendo en este alto. Ya nos vieron ganar, ya nos vieron ganar. Acá les dije, no estoy seguro que sea el momento. No lo fue. No entré, no lo jugué, no lo fue. El timing es diferente. No lo voy a hacer, no me voy a obligar a entrar en estas situaciones. No voy a cometer errores que cometía no, hoy hace 2 meses. No. No me quiero equivocar de esa forma más. Lo que también quiero que vean es que Rivian es muy cíclico. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Vamos a febrero del 2023. ¿Qué les parece? A enero del 2023. Tenemos acá. Básicamente tienes agosto, octubre, tienes estos máximos por ahí de noviembre, un máximo más corto por acá en noviembre, entras en enero del 2023 y aquí está tu febrero. ¡Pum! Esta caidota, ¿no? ¿Qué dirías? Eso no es tanto. ¿No es tanto? Espérame. Esto es febrero del 2023. 45% para abajo. Es febrero. Perdón, iba a ser. Es más, ¿sabe qué? Mi punto era el 2024. Discúlpenme. Aquí estamos en marzo, aquí estamos en abril, aquí estamos en febrero del 2024. ¿Qué pasó en febrero del 2024? Aquí estamos, ¿ok? 50% para abajo. No tengo que ser un genio para poder pensar que mínimo de acá 50% queda con el 8. O sea, y eso puede ser una coincidencia. Igual no se va al 25, igual nos da un 25%, pero eso ya lo tendríamos en la bolsa aquí. A lo que voy es, por más que hayamos hecho altos más bajos y hayamos roto esta tendencia bajista, no pudimos salir de la misma. Entonces, viendo a Rivian rápidamente en la mensual, ¿no? Y la razón por qué mucha gente no comprende por qué a Rivian no le fue bien cuando sí anunciaron que eran cash flow positivos en sus vehículos, o sea, que ya no estaban perdiendo en su margen gross en sus vehículos. Pero eso no es real. Para que sepan, ¿cómo se dice? Utilidades grosas y netas. No sé cómo se dice en español, discúlpeme, siempre lo hablo ahora sí que pocho a todos lados donde voy. El grosso, ¿no? Utilidades gross net, o sea, gross profits, el grosso quiere decir que es, güey, puedo quitar cosas para decir, ok, estoy contando esto, pero no estoy contando eso y por ende soy positivo. Pero cuando hablas de ganancias netas, es literalmente ya contando todo, no puedes sacar nada y es lo que le sacaste positivo al vehículo. Todavía no tienen ganancias netas. Esto que le quede a todo el que se equivocó en esto como una gran lección, yo lo aprendí en películas, así te cogían con los contratos, ¿no? Te decían, güey, yo te doy todo esto de gross, pero nunca llegabas bueno, estos güeyes se querían llevar el gross y te decían, tú llévate el net, ¿no? Y ellos se ponían una un porcentaje súper chico y te daban uno grande, pero nunca llegaban a net porque el growth seguía acumulando. O sea, es básica. No los quiero confundir. Lo único que quiero que entiendan es, acá se las colaron a varios con simplemente semántica. Y es por eso que odio que la gente sea tan al pedo de lo que le dicen, porque te están jugando con esa semántica, este tipo de tonterías. Te dijeron, ya estamos haciendo dinero por coche, pero si no cuentas cuánto nos estamos gastando, si no cuentas el préstamo, si no cuentas esto, o sea, literalmente producción nos cuesta. Ok, güey, pero tienes que contarlo porque es un negocio a fin de cuentas y todo eso cuenta. Entonces, aquí fue ese atorón que le dieron absolutamente todos en esta instancia. Tienes este alto, un alto más bajo, y ahora lo que vas a buscar es no barrer este mínimo, ¿no? Porque si barres el 9.43 para acá, el 9.50 a la baja, pues tendrías que técnicamente simplemente ir a buscar otra vez este fondo. Con eso dicho, estamos en la mensual, vemos que la volatilidad está contrayendo y está al punto más bajo de toda su historia. Se los pongo acá para que lo vean, está en 31%, bastante alejado del promedio, todavía no nos dice absolutamente nada. Pero cuando nos acercamos por acá, y olvídense de todos mis dibujitos, estamos justamente en la media. La media está en 11.92 y el precio está en 11.94. De perder esta media, vas a ir a buscar. No hay nada aquí, no hay ningún indicadorcito, no hay ningún promedio, no hay nada bonito que te vaya a detener hasta los 8.54. Esto es la mensual, por supuesto. Todavía faltan 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar. Y lo que no quieres, una vez más, en la mensual, es cerrar este mes, este fin de semana, abajo de 11.92. Abajo de 11.92, una gran probabilidad de ir al 8.54. 2 semanas. 2 semanas tuvimos el rechazo de la parte alta de la zona azul y estamos entrando justamente cayendo por acá. En esta caída en la zona azul podemos ver que ya perdimos el promedio del 9 y el 21 que están en 13.33 y 13.13. ¿Y ahora qué nos queda? Nos está deteniendo esta línea meme por ahora, pero nuestro siguiente objetivo es la media del canal, que está en los 10.44. De llegar a tocar la media del canal, barrimos todos los mínimos que les había dicho y vamos a hacer nuevos mínimos. De no poder aguantar los 10.40, estás hablando de un objetivo en los $8. $8 te pone abajo, literalmente abajo del mínimo más mínimo que ha hecho Rivian, el mínimo más bajo que ha hecho Rivian, y eso no sería bonito para aquellos holdeando Rivian en este momento. Al mismo tiempo tienes esta caída con expansión de volatilidad, te lo está dando, pero por nada. Vamos a mantener un ojo bien pelado por acá, pero estás ya por encima oficialmente del promedio. Puedes ver que el color menta está arriba del blanco. Y eso es básicamente lo que nos está diciendo, lo que estamos viendo enfrente de nosotros. Vamos a ver si esa volatilidad continúa expandiendo. Semanal ya tienes el rechazo de la media y recuerda que la diaria sangra a las 5 días sangra a la semanal sangra a la de 2 meses, 2 meses sangra. Tienen que ver así cuando estén analizando estos precios. Tenemos ya el rechazo de la media en los 12.50 acá. Está aguantándonos nuestra línea meme y siguiente objetivo van a ser los 10.93. Este es el área donde tienes que aguantar. Eres alcista en Rivian, ya estás adentro, estás jugando, bla, 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 y quieres, ¿no? Te comiste todo esto, quieres que esta área aguante. De no aguantar el 38.2%, la zona azul, que también coincide con esta línea meme, en los 10.92, vas a caer de acá. Y si llegas a caer de esa zona, ya te lo dije una vez, primero los $10, segundo los 8.32 y los $8. Es lo que te toca. Volatilidad comienza a expandir por arriba de 15% un segundo, pero está muy por debajo del promedio todavía, por lo que no tenemos nada acá. A quien esté viendo este cero de volatilidad, que sepa, esto no significa nada. Me gusta en acciones ponerla de 3 días a mí. Acá es donde pueden ver toda la confluencia exactamente y por qué me gusta. Además, en la de 3 días tienes expansión de volatilidad, papi. Expansión de volatilidad en 3 días con esta gran caída. Vamos a ver si continúa, pero esta volatilidad nos está diciendo que definitivamente tiene fuerza para ir al 10.69. Pueden ver que la parte baja de la zona azul está justamente aquí en 10.69, coincidiendo con esta línea meme diagonal que va por acá. Esta es tu zona crítica. Esta zona de no aguantar, tíos, es el fin de esto. De aguantar esto y tener un rebote fuerte y llevarte este mínimo, este alto y luego este, ahí es que este fue el fondo. pero muy probablemente lo que estás viendo vaya a ser esto, vayas a rebotar acá, a intentar retestear esta zona e ir a buscar esos mínimos. No te los va a dar en un solo movimiento, sería loquísimo, aunque todo puede pasar. Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, donde el promedio del 55 cruza por debajo del 21, estás a nada, aquí lo tienes en los 12.93, y para nosotros esto es sencillo. Para nosotros esto es sencillo, padre. Básicamente nada de volatilidad en la diaria. Aquí también en la diaria, estamos perdiendo la media. Tienes tu promedio del S&P 200 en los 12.67. Para nosotros la oportunidad de entrar en algo, en una operación, ¿no? Cuando estamos hablando de hacer un trade, es si venimos a retestear la zona de los 12.67, abrir en el S&P 200 un corto y tu invalidación sería la parte alta de esta vela o la parte alta de la zona azul, la que tú gustes. Obviamente vamos a mandar esto en una señal de trading para todos los miembros que son parte de las alertas de trading y de aquí muy probablemente vayamos a continuar esa caída. Pero como lo estén viendo, o sea, Rivian está en 11.95, continuó ese camino para abajo, barrió todos estos mínimos. ¿Qué más quieren? Y una vez más, are you not entertained? Y algo que me llama la atención. Nadie me ha usado como referencia de, güey, deberían de seguir al tío Salo para invertir en Rivian. Nadie. Es como cuando alguien pregunta en línea, ¿a quién sigues para inversión de Tesla? ¿No hay como 10 güeyes? Nunca me han recomendado para esto. Creo que esta es la tabla que mejor me sé. Pero bueno, da igual y mis problemas mentales no tienen por qué afectarlos a ustedes. Vámonos con Tesla. Vamos a ver qué nos tiene Farhan con la compañía más nazi en este momento de la historia.
All right, time for my designated Nazi duties.
We're ready for Nazi charts, sir.
Oops, I accidentally almost shared my email instead of my trading view.
I would see it. Don't worry about it. Although if you flip from one to another, I can't help you while you're doing it.
Like while it's on there?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Watch me one time accidentally switch to... No, it's not going to happen.
Hopefully not.
Let's draw this one right there. All right. Now we're going to start with the monthly on Tesla. So right now, monthly momentum is breaking down. It's breaking below the moving average, breaking below the bullish control zone. Volatility is contracting at the same time, though, so that is leaning slightly bullish. And then if you look at the jewel, right now we're freshly getting the pink crossing above the yellow, light blue above everything else, and now the jewel has entered into the bullish control zone. What that setup gives you more likely with momentum down, volatility down, and jewel looking bullish is that we're probably going to put in a higher low after putting in a higher high right here. As of right now, we are still just below the 5 EMA, which is at $342.30. If we lose that, we're likely to correct down to the 38.2 and the 9 EMA, which is at about like $300 exactly, $309 to $300. Very likely this area is going to be the next higher low before we continue to new all-time highs. Last time we corrected to the top of the blue 38.2% after closing above. So we didn't correct to it there. We just went straight up. This one lost it. Let's see if we have any other examples.
Do you mind moving your phone from wherever it is, just so that it doesn't vibrate on the microphone? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I got it.
Because I feel like I'm listening to someone using a dildo, and just it gets me too horny while I'm doing this.
My bad, sir. I apologize for your underwear.
It's okay. Thank you. I'll send you the bill.
All right, so over here on this one, bounced right at the top, made new highs, bounced to the top right here, made new highs, sort of bounced at the top, but kind of front ran it, made new highs. As of right now, this is a very high probability bounce here. You're right around $300 to $310. That would also coincide with momentum coming to the reset point and volatility coming to a reset. If it gets anywhere lower than that $300 area, I would start to get very worried. And this would be the last line of the stand right around this 21 EMA and this middle of the range meme line. Let me switch this color to yellow so you can see this more easily. And right around this mid-range is going to be the worst case scenario situation if we're still bullish. It is possible to find a higher low around this point. It just wouldn't look as nice as us making a higher low around here and continuing to the upside from there. If we were to tap this mid-range, it would be that line of the sand where if we lose this mid-range, we're probably going to break down to the bottom of the range. It's going to erase this entire rally, and we probably break these lows at $100. But as long as we hold this, which it looks like we probably will, we should test that $400 area sooner rather than later. Same idea for the pullback on the monthly, where we have a deviation of this meme line from previous all-time highs, and now we're continuing downwards. We're currently below the monthly median, which is at 376.
That's a quarterly.
Or quarterly, my bad. We started with the monthly. So as long as we're below the quarterly median, we are probabilistically to test the bottom 38.2%. And right now, that bottom 38.2% is sitting right below $300 at $296. And we have gotten a close above. So we would be looking for a higher low right around this bottom area because we have broken this previous trend. And that higher low could be found somewhere between that 5 EMA and this bottom 38.2%. If we start to lose this bottom 38.2%, though, it's going to be the situation like we had right here, where we basically dumped pretty hard. Let's see, from the close, first we bounced 40%, which is quite big. Then we dumped 51%. So let's just take 51% from here to 40 first, 170. And then 51% brings us to around 140. Momentum on the monthly is right at the zone where it needs to bounce as well, right at the moving average. Because if you see last time we lost the moving average, it was right over here. How much did we dump from the lost moving average? 39.25% to the downside. We were dumped about that much from here. Brings us right down to that, exactly to the 78.6% and a very round $200 figure. It's looking at like it's gonna get to that $300 area and then absolutely have to step in there, or else it's probably gonna end up breaking down. Keep getting spam calls. On the 2 week, we're getting momentum breaking down, approaching the bearish control zone. Last time around, we rejected it. So this time around, probably going to break into the bearish control zone. With volatility starting to flip up and the jewel giving us a sell signal, rejecting the critical zone. Right around this pink should theoretically be support, and that will line up with holding this bottom 38.2%, which we are getting a bounce from right now. Start to lose this bottom 38.2% at $325, you're going to start to see a breakdown, volatility coming above the moving average, the jewel dropping below to somewhere around below the bullish control zone, and that likely lines up with you coming down to somewhere about like maybe this 21 EMA, which is at about $310. Lines up with the 50% as well. Start to lose that area though, then you're very likely going to come down to the 200. Or it's going to be a bunch of bounces in between, but that 200 is right above this bottom meme line, and it's going to rise probably somewhere around $165. That's on a loss of this $300 area. You could use 290 if you want to be a little bit aggressive. Weekly is trying to flip up momentum. It's right at the moving average, but we have lost the 21, so it is kind of looking bearish with volatility dropping while the momentum is up. And the jewel is now getting the pink freshly crossing below the yellow, and it is losing the bullish control zone. So let's mark with a vertical line when that's happened before. Not really. This one, comparable. These should all be pretty nasty moves. Nope. There we go. And there, we'll call it off. Oops. Price was quite low back then. Wouldn't you have liked to buy Tesla at $12?
Well, it was 120, I think. No,
Oh
no.
yeah, this split.
It was a split. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how many times, but it was, yeah.
So at first it bounced about 6%, and then it continued to the downside by about 30, almost 32%. This one initially dumped almost 30%. It ended up bouncing 11%. Then it went down 45%. This one pumped first of about 16%. Then it dumped 27%, very close to that 30% figure. This one was not very much. Closed here. That's just going to open. Still 20%, quite respectable. Especially on BTCC, where you can leverage that 20%, 5x, make it a 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Inquire within.
Good plug.
This one, 48.6%. Wow, quite nasty.
That was the dump of old dumps.
Ooh, 54% to the downside. What was this? October of 2022. Bear market. And as of right now, it's marked this one with the vertical line. Sometimes I struggle with vertical and horizontal.
What do you mean by that? By putting them or knowing which one's which?
Yeah, I say vertical for horizontal.
Oh, same thing happens to me also with portrait and landscape mode on a picture.
They should just say it straight. Or no, straight wouldn't work. Up and down for us retards.
There you go.
So we've currently dropped about 8.54% to the downside. That's not that much. If you consider that the least amount of move we saw was about 20%. So 20% brings us basically down to this 55 EMA and close to this meme line, right around $284 to maybe $290. Also lines up with that bounce in worst case scenario if we're so bullish around $290. So if that does hold, we could we do likely have a reset on these HPTR ranges and then probably try again for new all-time highs. Lose that area though, and we're likely to completely break down. The 5-day has already done it with the pink. Oh no, 5-day hasn't quite gotten there yet. It's on the edge of getting the pink to cross below the yellow. The weekly is already done it. And now momentum is still trying to flip up. It is still within the bearish control zone. Volatility is getting a little bit high, but not quite topped out yet. It's still looking, and we're losing the 21 EMAs. Once we lose this wick low of like $325, very likely going to get a pretty aggressive move to the downside. And I would expect it to line up somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is around like maybe $290. Slightly more bearish than that original $300 area. Let's say 290 to 305.
Mm-hmm.
2-day as well, trying to flip back up, still within bearish control. Volatility is flipping down, kind of bearish to see volatility down while momentum is up. The jewel is very close to going into the critical zone. And now we're not only have we lost the 55 EMA, but now we're rejecting it on a retap of it, making it very likely we're going to come to the 100. 100 sits at right around $300, $303. I've come down again to that area where it absolutely needs to bounce, maybe to the 97.5% in a worst case scenario, which is like 290, 293. But it would need to bounce very hard from here and hold this 100. Otherwise, you're probably going to go to the 200, and this is probably going to break down. And this is at like $247. People are going to say, oh, it's filling the gap. We're getting a gap fill. This is not a gap that you want to see filled if you want to see a break all-time highs anytime soon.
Well, you break all of the uptrend that was there.
Yeah. And then it's going to shift into a downtrend. So sure, you'll have your gap filled. Maybe you'll get a little bit of a bounce there, but it's likely to make a lower high.
Mm-hmm.
And now if you look at it on the daily, momentum tried to flip back up, and now it's starting to flip back down. It's getting to the moving average. Volatility is now approaching 0%, and the jewel is losing the buy signal, and it's rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. While we are getting a perfect retap and rejection of the median. So if the candle does close like this below the median in 2 hours and 52 days and 2 hours and 52 minutes, I would be looking to see where the median goes. If the median goes up, that would be kind of bearish. We would have a probability of going up a little bit to test it, but we probably won't break it, and probably going to go back down to this bottom 38.2% at around $326, $325. If we lose this wick low, though, that's when we probably dump towards the 78.6%, which is right around like $303. Worst case scenario, if we're still bullish, is the 88.3, which we did bounce at last time around, and that's sitting at about $296. As well as flipping back down on momentum after being flipped up. And also, we made higher highs on momentum than we did back here, but price made a lower high, giving you hidden bearish divergence, which has now been confirmed because we have made a local top right here. And we've lost a 200 SMA as well and rejected it on a retap. Kind of a bearish setup on the 4 hour, giving you a target probably somewhere around the 97.5% or the 95%. In between that zone where it bounced last time. Bounced 97.5 here, 95 here. That puts you between $310 and like $304. Oops. RSI. Let's see if the RSI also has that hidden bearish divergence. Probably does. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence though, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $212. So that does tell us more likely than not to make a higher low somewhere around that 5 EMA at about like low 300s, maybe 290. And the quarterly is giving us a dual buy signal along with a hidden bullish divergence. Last time we had a dual buy signal with hidden bullish divergence, we went up 189%. Not as much as I thought it was. I thought it would be like over 1,000%, but oh well. 189% is.
We'll have to
I wouldn't be too disappointed with that. And on the monthly, this is the most hopium that I can possibly give. Like the most amount of bullish hopium is if this monthly ends up holding the 5 EMA, then we could have a probability of the bottom being in. I don't think it's going to happen that way. I very likely think in the next 4 days and 3 hours, probably going to lose that 5 EMA. The place I'd look for a higher low would be right around this 9, which is at about that $300 area. Nope, no divergence. And right now we are getting that dual buy signal, which if we do end up coming down to this area, this would be a very, very, very high opportunity area to the upside. But this is probably one of those ones that you don't want to use leverage on because this is a high time frame. So you wouldn't really need the leverage for the amount of gains that you would get from this move anyway. And if it's wrong, you wouldn't get your account blown out. 2 week is also giving us that based off of the dual sell signal. Probably continue to pull back. No divergence. 3-day now has multiple drives of bearish divergence off of these highs. We've corrected down to the bearish control zone right now. Have gotten a little bit of a bounce. If we break below this low here at about, that's usually this one, which is at $325, same number again, probably going to come down to the critical zone. Right now, I wouldn't take this number in the critical zone too seriously because it's going to update a lot and it's sitting at a little bit too low of a number at 117. Don't think that's going to happen. My bias is currently that it'll bounce somewhere between 290 and 305. Watch it go to 127. That'd be funny.
I was going to ask you, but I will when you get to it. What is the momentum pivot?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that one on the chart.
Yeah.
So right now, the 2-day has multiple drives. Oh, wait, never mind. It had multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Then it got invalidated right there off of this lower high. Not good. The only hopium really is right now there's a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders on the RSI, but the only way to confirm it is you'd have to close above $367.34. That would give you a move towards the bullish control zone, which right now is sitting at about $439. Very unlikely to happen though, because you do have a silver cross to the downside on the daily and a perfect rejection of this 9 EMA.
And those downside silver crosses aren't that common.
Then on the 4-hour now, you also have confirmed 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence off of all of these lower highs. That's not good. And you have the jewel freshly giving you a sell signal, marking the end of this move to the upside. Volatility is now starting to approach expanding, getting close to the moving average. It was contracting on this entire move to the upside to tap this 21 EMA. If we start to break this area of $325 once again, probably going to see a pretty aggressive move towards that $300 to 290. And ting. It's very uncomfortable with this situation with the AC in the living room not working. Parts still have not arrived yet.
Oh no! How hot is it?
It's like 80 or 82 outside. It's a little hot in the place.
You still have some time before it gets absolutely crazy.
Let's do the quarterly. So as of right now, quarterly momentum is still to the upside, along with volatility expanding. And I love to see what that quarterly pivot is, because it's right around that number that I'm looking for a bounce at. And it's going to be up as long as we're closing above $308.50. So we could wick below there. We just don't want to close below there. And as long as we close above that area, we're going to have momentum remaining to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone. And from there, we're probably going to go into the bullish control zone. And if you also notice, momentum has dropped below these previous lows here, while price made a significantly higher low, giving us hidden bullish divergence. And to confirm that, we'd have to get a close above on this candle. It's going to be a little difficult. It's going to be at $488.54. But on the next open, to confirm it, you'd have to close over $439.74. And that very likely gives you a target somewhere of around $500, I believe it was on the PDR. Monthly is starting to flip down, starting to reject the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $397. Let's say $398. So what we want to see is if momentum does flip down on the monthly. The last time we flipped down was around this point. We came back down to the 55 EMA. So let's hope that doesn't happen this time around, because the 55 EMA is sitting at somewhere around $220. So in the next 4 days and 3 hours, if it does flip down, this time around 55 EMA, that does put into question if it bounces at $300 or not. What we want to see is that on what this pivot goes to on this next open, and if it drops, that'll give some hopium. If it goes up or if it remains the same, it's going to put into question that 290 to 305 area. 2-week is now contracting with momentum pointing down. Slight bullish hopium. Funny to see momentum volatility contracting with 33% move to the downside. And it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below $454.50. Likely still bounces towards that $300 area, but if it doesn't now with the monthly, putting that into question, I'd say it's still slight probabilities of bouncing at 300, slightly favor more the bulls, but it's not that much based off of that monthly setup. Weekly is now lost to 21, rejecting it and rejecting all of this, the 5 and the 9, with the 9 dropping below the 5. Volatility is now expanding with momentum pointing strongly to the downside within the bearish control zone, and it's going to be down as long as we're below $444. 5-day is very close to getting volatility expansion and pointed down below $439.50. 2 days now getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed down, and we're going to be pointed down below, or we're pointing up now, my bad. A little hopium. Right now, momentum is pointing up right around this 55 EMA with volatility expansion, and we're going to be pointed up above $329.50. And we have a derp of life here. That's some hopium. Last time we had a derp of life, we got a pretty massive pump. This time around, we got a decent sized pump. This time around, also we got a pretty decent sized pump. So we want to see on continuation to the upside is going to be a close over $367.34. Then we get this volatility set up to continue to play out, and momentum move towards the bullish control zone. On the opposite end, though, confirmation for continuation to the downside, as of right now, this is a downtrend. It's going to be a close below 325.10. Close below there, then you're likely to break towards 300. close above 367.34, and then you're likely to go retest all-time highs. Daily is now giving you a little, what's the word? Bad news for your 2-day hopium is that daily is now starting to shift down, and with volatility contracting after the high was put in, and we're going to be pointed down below 445. And if we flip down, the significance is that we're going to reject getting out of the bearish control zone, and we're just putting in a series of lower highs on momentum. So if we get reject getting out of the bearish control zone, we're likely to break into the critical zone, and from there you likely get a brief severe drop towards maybe 300 to 290 in that area. If we're bearish, even if we're bearish, we're probably going to bounce there, but we have to see where we close over at that point. If we fail to close over 367, then we're probably just making another lower high and breaking down. My bias is that we will close over 367, and that'll mark a significant macro higher low.
So your bias is you'll have a close above 367 before you have a close below the 326, for example.
I do think we're going to get a close below 326. I think that's going to lead us towards closing below 326 towards 290 to 305, and then bounce at that zone and close above 367. And the 4-hour as well is now starting to freshly break down after putting in our lower high, with momentum rejecting the critical zone and starting to lose the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed down below, where's the pivot? $360.59. Last time we flipped down and rejected the bullish control zone, right around this zone, that was from the highs, 26% to the downside. This time, not much, 9.76%. $12.67%. Oh, so let's just take that 10% area, which should be a rough median, and apply it from there. 10% brings us to exactly this mean line at about $315. A little bit above that $305 area. Probably wicks below the meme line because that fits my bias. All right. So now on the high time frames, like the monthly and the quarterly, they have reversed the downtrend into an uptrend. We have made a higher high, but after a higher high, usually comes a higher low. So the majority of my bias is based off of the monthly and quarterly trend. Where we have the higher highs, we're looking for the higher low, and I'm looking for the higher low somewhere around the quarterly 5 EMA, which is at about at that low $300 area, around $303 to $305. In a worst case scenario, I could see a wick below there towards like maybe 290s, possibly high 280s, and based off the monthly and quarterly trend, likely to bounce in that area and continue back to the upside and make new all-time highs. On the opposite hand, everything has to have an invalidation. If you start to close below that $290 area on a high time frame, like you could even use a weekly. If you start to close below that area, then you're likely going to erase the entirety of this rally and probably retest those consolidation lows before the breakout, which I believe right now is sitting at about high 100s to mid 100s. So we have two numbers to watch on the daily for the upside and the downside. If you want to reverse the downside move and go back up, you'd have to close the daily over 367. And if you want to come back down to retest that 300 to 290 area, it closed below 325. Those are very two important key areas to watch right now. Either one will tell you which setup is going to happen. My bias is that we close below 325, come back down to 290s to 305, bounce there, and then close over 367 to continue towards new all-time highs.
Very nice, senor. Thank you.
But my bias don't really mean shit.
But it is your bias, though. So as long as it's still a character in the show, we're good to go. No one should fucking question it.
If you question it, you are banned immediately.
Exactly. You go to jail. If you say anything bad, you go to jail. If you clip me, you go to jail.
Believe it or not. Jail too.
You go to jail. It's one of my favorite scenes of any show whatsoever.
What is it in?
Parks and Recreation. It's the government of Venezuela shows up in Pawnee, which is supposed to be like a super tiny little local government, and they think the people in the local government that they're going to be welcoming these Venezuelan officials, and they're going to be poor as fuck. And all the government people from Venezuela are loaded because they're all, they're all in it. So they show up and they treat them all like fucking garbage. So that's what they were saying. It's just an explanation of like how Venezuela works. Like, oh no, dude, if your people, because they go, your people get out of control and yell at you in these community meetings. And he's like, yeah, so what do you do? And he goes, in Venezuela. And then he goes, if you overcook the chicken, you go to jail. If you undercook the chicken, believe it or not, you go to jail. And he starts explaining.
Yeah, I've seen that scene. I just don't know where it's from.
Parks and Rec. It's pretty good. Okay, Tesla rápidamente, and we have open after Oklo.
Perfect.
Vale, estamos viendo Tesla. Honestamente, Tesla es otra de esas acciones bastante fáciles de seguir. Tengo dos rangos. Este es en pantalla, ¿no? Este es un rango y este es otro rango. En realidad tengo tres rangos porque también tengo la parte aquí abajo, pero no la voy a usar porque estamos muy lejos de ello. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué es importante? Porque estas partes son donde tienen la línea de color, la línea dotada, la amarilla, la línea punteada de amarillo, es básicamente la zona importante para todo, ¿ok? La parte de en medio de estos canales y lo que debería de aguantar, lo que no debería de aguantar. Ok, empecemos el análisis. Viendo Tesla en la diaria, ¿qué tenemos acá? Tenemos un tope con altos más bajos, 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 ¿no? Y normalmente diría todo el mundo, pero güey, tienes bajos más altos, y en este caso tienes bajos más bajos y hasta bajos más bajos, ¿ok? ¿Esto quiere decir que ya se rompió absolutamente toda esta tendencia alcista? No. ¿Dónde se rompe toda esta tendencia alcista? Aquí abajo. Estando aquí abajo, vas a ranguear entre los 200, vas a ranguear entre el 180 y los 263, ¿ok? Abajo de esta línea dotada que está en los 299. Por ahora, estando acá, encima del 330, continuamos en una postura alcista. ¿Por qué? Porque sencillamente puedes decir que esto es mínimos más altos, etcétera, y eso continúa. Ahora, viendo Tesla en altas temporalidades, rápidamente puesto así, el bias hasta ahora es más que vamos más para arriba. ¿Por qué? Porque después de crear un nuevo máximo histórico, tienes que crear un bajo más alto. Y ese bajo más alto puede ser una corrección. Y esa corrección, ese bajo más alto, puede llegar, por ejemplo, hasta esta zona. No rompe esta tendencia y simplemente la continúa, ¿no? Pero por ahora estamos buscando dónde vamos a crear ese bajo más alto y si lo vamos a aguantar. Idealmente, y pueden ver acá mi línea en los 269, es la línea final de la que queremos aguantar, porque estando por encima de esta línea en esta temporalidad, los movimientos son enormes a la alza. Pero estando abajo, tienes este tipo de movimientos. La cara de Mickey Mouse, ¿no? Con la nariz, la boca malvada, la lengua. Perdón, no sé por qué dibujar eso. Pero para que sea claro para todos ustedes, básicamente, estando por abajo de esta línea, podemos ir a buscar precios bastante bajos. Estando por encima de los 335, considero que tenemos muchísima fuerza. Y aquí en medio es donde nos falta ranguear, en esta zona, para poder continuar con bajos más altos y dar continuación a esta cosa. Además de eso, estamos viendo que Momentum está apuntando para abajo en casi todas las temporalidades y tenemos bastantes divergencias bajistas en casi todos los timeframes. En mínimo, la mensual y la semanal, la trimestral continúan en una postura alcista. Volatilidad no está expandiendo, pero está de lado y contrayendo. Oficialmente no contrayendo, pero ya volteando para abajo. Eso es, una vez más, ante esta corrección, después de haber expandido en estas velas verdes potentes. Mensual, este es importante. ¿Dónde tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los 311? Ya saben que postura mensual, tenemos estos altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos. Y lo que pensaríamos es que Tesla va a ser su bajo más alto en el siguiente movimiento. Eso lo podríamos tal vez encontrar y lo que nos da una excelente confluencia es donde está nuestro promedio del 9 en la mensual, que es por ahí de los 311. Es lo que nos gustaría poder aguantar por esa zona. Si no, tienes el promedio del 21, justamente en donde está mi línea meme por acá, en los 269. Y de no aguantar eso, prepárate a buscar nuevos precios por acá abajo o tal vez mínimos más altos por acá en los 170, pero por ahora estamos muy lejos de decir eso. En la mensual también tenemos nuestra volatilidad apuntando de lado en su expansión, lo que nos está haciendo esto básicamente. Después de la gran expansión es esta subida y después la vuelta a la derecha son estas velas que no nos han ayudado en nada. Voy a poner la tabla de arcoíris. Y pueden ver también que venimos de tocar la zona del 78.6%, la zona verde nos rechazó, vamos cayendo y muy probablemente vayamos a caer a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 316, que coincide con nuestro promedio del 9 también, un poco más abajo de ello. De aguantar esta zona podríamos dar continuación bastante fuerte y alcista, pero sería el mejor escenario básicamente. Este sería el escenario de oro para toda la gente que es súper alcista en Tesla. Ahora, la de 2 semanas nos cuenta otra historia. Tenemos el rechazo del promedio del 9, tenemos la visita a la parte baja de la zona azul ya, y esto va a cerrar en 4 días y 3 horas. De no poder cerrar por encima de esta media o del promedio del 9, nuestro siguiente objetivo van a ser los 325. De ahí, siguiente objetivo serían los 311. Y de ahí hasta el 61.8%, que coincide con mi línea meme en los $300, básicamente. Semanal, ya perdimos obviamente la media, estamos cayendo de la zona azul, rechazo de la zona del promedio del 9, caímos, levantamos por encima del 21, pero ahora tenemos un rechazo y estamos por debajo del promedio del 21. El promedio del 21 está en los 384. Estamos aguantando en la zona verde. De perder los $326, nos tocaría ir a ver si aguanta en los 320 y de ahí una vez más hasta los 300, que sigue apareciendo en todas las temporalidades. Volatilidad no está expandiendo, pero está muy cerca de, mantengan un ojo por ahí bien pelado. Los voy a llevar a la de harina. En la diaria estamos siendo rechazados por nuestra media. Lo pueden ver claramente acá en la zona azul. Este rechazo de no poder en 2 horas y 30 minutos cerrar arriba de los 2.39 nos va a llevar a los 3.26. Una vez más, 3.26, zona crítica a aguantar. De no aguantar, muy probablemente iremos al 61.8% primero, en los 3.15, una vez más, 3.15, 3.16, y de no aguantar, pues ya estaremos visitando esta zona. Puesto sencillo para todos ustedes, mis queridos, estimados papirines pantuflitas que están viendo esto y quieren hacer dinero con Tesla, es sencillo. ¿Se acuerdan en Rivian que dijimos arriba de acá, altos históricos, abajo de acá, no nos va tan bien? Tenemos ese mismo escenario. ¿Dónde es el punto alcista en Tesla? Acá, en esta línea. Un cierre por encima de $370, muy probablemente, no un cierre, pero tu confirmación como la uses, te va a llevar a altos históricos y con fuerza. Cerrar por debajo de esta vela en los 325 es que te estás llevando esto y te estás llevando esto. Y tu siguiente visita va a ser acá o hasta acá. Y ahí esperarías que aguante para poder continuar y buscar ese nuevo máximo. De no poder aguantar la zona de los 269, vamos a los cientos y cacho una vez más antes de dar continuación. Así que primera zona crítica para el precio justo donde está en los 334. Segunda, tenemos una en medio, ¿no? En los 315. Tercera, 300. Y, güey, si no aguantas el promedio del 200 o esta línea meme, depende cómo lo quieras ver, ahí para abajo. Pero yo creo que en realidad lo que vamos a hacer es ranguear por acá, tal vez dar un toque acá y poder dar continuación, a menos de que el mercado esté cocinado en total, que tenga yo razón en macro, bla, 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 pero eso no me interesa ahorita. No estoy haciendo un análisis de macro, estoy haciendo un análisis de precio y este precio alcista por encima de esta línea donde está el cruce plateado a la baja, o bajista por debajo del 269, pero bajista a primera instancia abajo de los 325, para mínimo los 315 y luego los 300, ¿ok? Ahí tienen, eso es Tesla. Vámonos a ver Oklo, una de mis favoritas en este mercado, sobre todo con la corrección que acaba de tener. Estoy mamado, es como si supiera lo que estoy haciendo. Sir, show us Oklo, por favor.
Nice. What an interesting chart, I will just say. Seems like the history of it, it's just always had extreme volatility for, honestly, a long time. I mean, the first one populated in March of 2024, and we had multiple months of extreme 100% on the monthly. So, I mean, a candle like this makes a lot of sense. It's pretty insane, actually, what this monthly candle is turning into. I mean, from the top here, I think it's down from current price 40.8%. Ugly. But I do think that it's approaching a pretty massive area of interest that I think at least it'll be easy to gauge. We know, one major thing on Oklo, which is for this whole bull market and this whole up, this whole move up, essentially, we've been riding and grinding on that 2-week EMA 9. Now, yeah, this 2-week candle is ugly as it can come, but the idea now is that we're just going to aggressively backtest this breakout zone. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that once we retest this zone, we need to just zoom up all the way back to 50, but rather, I'd rather want to start seeing price specifically on the 2-week consolidate around here. Because if we could flip this wick high rejection into support, that would actually start looking good while basing off the 2-week EMA 9. This rejection was very aggressive, but when we were looking at Oklo, I mean, we were basically at the extreme, specifically on the monthly with volatility at extremes. I mean, we were in no man's land here. It just seemed likely for a pullback, specifically too with that higher high on the monthly that we got. The monthly trend is still up here. We just should be gauging a higher low now. Now, the hard part about that is the higher low could come anywhere, around here, as long as we don't break $17.14. So that makes it a little tricky, but when gauging the 2-week, it just slightly makes sense to me. We're already, hit the 78.6%. If we at all go down more and actually go, I want to see $31.86 act as a support region, major bounce zone, and if ideally the 2-week can just consolidate here, then we can make, a case for us to go up, possibly even filling some of this wick out that we had, right here would be a good spot, right? Maybe go back to $45.32. Here you can even just make a range. So we're almost hitting the support range. This is not the area to scale shorts. And in my opinion, if you're going on the bias that, yeah, this is dumped, it's topped, we're potentially going to reset, the volatility already on the 2-week, which has occurred. So that could bleed into the monthly. You would be gauging then or waiting for just simply that 2-week 9 to get lost. Once that occurs, that should act as major resistance. And with what we know with this wick high rejection here, we can be in a pretty big range. The next area of interest would be right around $22.66. If we started to really lose this region, specifically right around $31.50, that'd be a pretty massive drop. And the assumption would be that EMA 21 holds, but doesn't have to. We very well could even go all the way back to $18.75, because if you notice here, we lost that zone. We reclaimed it. We never really tested it. So, I mean, in like a worst case scenario, I could see Oklo going all the way back to like the $18 region, closer to 19. But before then, we do have to lose $31. And that's going to act as a major zone of support. Now, this chart is a little tricky, though, because, it's not looking strong by any realms, no matter how you look at it. But that's why the consolidation idea would come into play. Come all the way down, we consolidate, and we just stay there for a few weeks, possibly even a few months. That could be what would then cause monthly volatility to actually start kind of shedding some of that off, because, when you see multiple sessions of 100% here, you have to really be limited at how high you really can go. Yes, I know it's been at extremes for multiple months and price has still continued to go up, but this will be kind of, a major point, because when we do end up seeing Oklo at least shed some of that monthly volatility off, that is kind of where you end up getting those pullbacks. I mean, we saw it here where, price, once it started really moved, especially the moving average under, when BBWV fell under the moving average, essentially that is what gave us like I would have thought that was way higher or more. 3% move down. Damn. I'm confused.
Damn, I guess this thing is next level bullish.
4%.
Well,
I really thought that was going to be like 30-40%. That's actually kind of funny to me.
It's kind of hard to gauge all of its history, because remember, it's a SPAC. So before Oklo really became Oklo, and Sam Altman introduced his fucking company into this SPAC, they were doing something else. That's why you have such a violent difference in pre and post Sam Altman coming in.
Yeah, I don't even remember looking at this chart. I guess I did somewhat. But yeah, I mean, that's it. It's just hard to gauge. This chart is very hard. But what I can say is, okay, the weekly 9 opened under it. So we should be gauging at least a move back to the EMA 21 on the weekly. That is right around that $31 mark. And you should be gauging already that 2-week 9. Make it very simple. If a level's been holding this entire bull market, you should be gauging that. Now we can use the 5 to kind of say, okay, if we lose the 5 here, it'll greatly increase the chances of us going to the 9. And that's kind of where I use the 5. Even here, you can see the 5 was pretty strong support. So, in 4 days, that could be, if we don't end up coming lower, that could be at least your sign of, okay, well, we did lose a 2-week 5. Maybe a move back down then from that 5 down to the 9. And then from the 9, I'd expect consolidation and slowly moving back up, possibly, towards that $45 mark. The chart is bullish, though, and the monthly trend is up. This is just a massive topping candle on the monthly. That's just the truth of it. So, the hopium is that this $30 range holds, and you can even see the monthly 5s right now at $29. So,
geez, you got filled at $50.
He did, yeah.
Nice.
Well, it was over the 100%. We were looking at it here, and I was like, I'm just gonna call and dump 50% of my position.
Yeah, I don't even remember looking at this. That was good.
Great.
Yeah, that was good.
Just a good coincidence. I wish I was that smart.
Yeah. So, I mean, ideally, that's it. You're just kind of waiting patiently. I mean, you can, I guess, gauge the daily, and even there, you see the EMA 100's, right around there, but it's not really telling me much. Let me at least see when the last time we hit that was. Reclaimed, consolidated, shot up, and then we just haven't hit it since the zone back in October of 2024. But that daily EMA 100 is important for Oklo. I mean, just even seeing these moves down, you can see all the rallies really got stopped at that EMA 100 when we did lose it. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, that held it too the entire time. You can see in these lows. Interesting. And I mean, the hopium, yeah, is just this is very volatile. There's nothing, that says it's going to stop at $31.83. And specifically, if you're viewing it on a 2 weeks. So that means that, daily could easily come down. This EMA 100, granted, could move up too. Specifically, when we're looking at the 5 as well, this could move up too. So we're saying that EMA 100 on the daily, the monthly 5, 2-week 9, all right around, let's say $31.50, $29. So you are approaching some area of interest here soon. It's not totally dumb to think of a bounce right around this zone. But remember, if we really end up losing that 2-week 9, that kind of will be at least it for me to then say, yeah, we might actually then go and test the monthly 9, very simply. And I mean, that's at $23.66. But technically speaking, that would still keep the overall uptrend. So to be dirty, it wouldn't be fun. But I mean, as simple as this is with the data we have, it is in a very simple uptrend. Higher low, higher high. So you'd be gauging if we did end up going down as low as that for the monthly 9 to hold, assuming this isn't a bull market, right? If this monthly topping candle takes play, we then expect into March more downside move. And so that's a little hard because with these massive topping candles, you often get follow through onto the next candle. It being a monthly, I mean, it's not going to be so easy. But yeah, that's it. I mean, if we end up going down to $31.50, watch that very closely. Use the 2-week EMA 9 as confluence for a bounce zone. And then, you'll know that if we start losing that, okay, there's a good chance we'll go back to the low $23. From there, though, that'll be kind of the last stand, because even if this doesn't hold, let's say on the 2-week, which is wherever that 21 is, and that's assuming the 9 gets lost, and that most likely means the monthly 9's not going to hold. We're probably going to go back down to $19. And at that point, you're already then breaking the overall uptrend. because again, the year-end validation for this monthly uptrend will be $17.14. So if you get as close to like 18 bucks, it'll really be pushing it. You'll be very far from the monthly 9. You have to really wonder if you're going to go back down to that 21. So until then, it's just a no trade zone. If you got a short up here, sold your spot bags, that was smart for sure. But yeah, this really isn't the spot to be scaling degenerately. And if my scenario is going to play out, it really doesn't need to act as a spring here, specifically when we're already seeing this start to move down. Yeah, I mean, this really, your best bet will just simply be like moves down, maybe hits that, monthly 5, comes up on a daily, reclaims, and then just consolidates for a very long time. And then, maybe then we can start seeing the 2 weeks shed that volatility. Daily here, not really see anything, but it can get that EMA 100 bounce. And then once that occurs, you just expect whatever low that is, if we get back above $31.50 to hold.
It'll give you a good gauge, that volatility expansion, right? On that fucking dump.
On which one?
On the daily.
On the daily.
It went above the moving average, and he's now expanding on that mega dump.
Yeah, it's true. It is above the moving average. So, this obviously can make its way back up to the 80s. But I get what you're saying. Like, this is kind of approaching the spot where, I mean, granted, it can go to extremes, but we are at least at 75.79%. If this ends up going up more, that would mean price goes down. Maybe we hit extremes on daily. This starts, resetting then. That plays into the consolidation scenario. This is kind of the bullish scenario here. Obviously, the bearish scenario is very easy. You just lose that 2-week 9, and then you can play the moving averages as like a range. You have the 9, that should be resistance. Your next spot will be right around that monthly 9, which is right around the 2-week 21. But until then, you should still be gauging the trend, which is up. You still should be gauging this level that has been holding each and every time, even on very, very terrible moves down. Like, let's say here, like we've had very bad candles on Oklo before. But that's why, like, the follow through, like when you see this reversal candle, you want to see follow through into the next month or next candle. So this being the 2-week, but the monthly is kind of more powerful. So that's why we have to watch closely in the March. But even here, I mean, we from wick high came down all the way and we hit the 9. That was a 40% move down. Sure, this was not fun for bulls. We hit the 2-week 9, and then from that point, that acted as a really nice bottom. So, and then same here. I mean, even on this move, we closed really bullish, came all the way down, almost tested the 9. That was another major bottom, and then that move, brought us to the all-time highs. So the point I'm trying to bring is, yes, this is very bad. This was aggressive dump. The monthly is not turning into a nice candle, but the hopium will be that 2-week 9 continues to hold. We grind out a higher low around here, and then very slowly within the next 2-3 months, we can make a way closer to like $45.31. You start reclaiming that. That could be the sign to at least go back up to like the 54s to $55 level. But again, you lose that 2-week 9, it's very simple. That's just going to be kind of it. Why do I say that? Well, what happened the last time we lost a 2-week 9? Held it very nicely up. Major dump down. Okay, so we lost it. Rallied up, rejected, went a little, it overshot it a bit, but that's just how it is. And then from that point, though, that 2-week 9 acted as major resistance all the way down. So let's just say you were wanting to short, you didn't short any of this, you didn't short any of this, you waited for the clean retest. Let's just say in a perfect world, from that, you would have caught a like 50% move down just playing the 2-week 9. And then, oh, look, the 2-week 9 got reclaimed. Perfect. And then from that point, that's really where price started to move. So for this, that's why I like gauging the 2-week. Seems very simple to me. Even the HBDR is showing, yeah, we are at somewhat of support here. So let's just see then where this 2-week shifts. Maybe the 78.6% can move closer to $31.50. Until then, I'm still going to be gauging that, right around the zone at $31.50 to $29 will give us some kind of bounce or consolidation. That's really all I have on Oklo. Don't overcomplicate it. That's simply it. And you shouldn't be gauging like a major spring. You should just like, yeah, we'll probably get a bounce. And then maybe we, are like not testing the 2-week 9, but we're just kind of ranging here for a while. That's kind of it. That's all I got. So yeah, that's it. Watch the 2-week. 2-week will kind of guide you if you're trading this. And we're
Beautiful.
Really so.
Nah, thank you so much, dude. Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. That's Oklo, ladies and gentlemen. And Scott, you wanted to say anything?
Thank you so much for the space, Alejandro. Yeah, Bernstein says liquidity could move out of meme coins and flow back into DeFi, GameFi, and NFTs. So yeah, it seems pretty bullish to me.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
All
right, there you go. You guys heard it. Scott Melker, everyone. Okay, let's.
So that means go all in on Ethereum, right, Scott?
Goal, absolutely, Farhan, absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, there's no headwinds on Bitcoin right now. I mean, we got President Trump being the president, we got Bitcoin being Bitcoin, we got Macron being married to a man, and Bitcoin is just going to continue to go up. Every news is really good news right now, even though price seems to be taking a dump. But I'm sure it's just a little fake out for those idiots that
you forgot to mention Vitalik's massive schlong.
Oh, absolutely, Farhan. Thank you so much for reminding me that. Yeah, Vitalik has a massive schlong, and I'm probably going to go to a Formula One Grand Prix very soon. Don't understand really what's going on, but thanks to FX Pro for inviting me, and McLaren. Really excited for those guys to get my sponsorship money. Anyways, bye, guys. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Scott. See you later. All right. Well, I'm going to continue with this analysis. Thanks, boys. Thanks, Scott. I was just going to add RFK walking in, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to get to this and then get to open so we can get done. Ok, perdón todos. Tengo que hacer el mame porque si no, ¿para qué estamos en este planeta? Tenemos Oklo acá, una de mis acciones favoritas. Se los he platicado 1000 veces. Este es el SPAC de Sam Altman. Y la razón por la que esta tabla es bastante rara de aquí para adelante o de aquí para atrás, como quieras verla, es porque esto básicamente la empresa de Sam Altman no era parte de este SPAC hasta después, y aquí es donde pueden ver la diferencia una vez que Sam se metió, y es lo que ha hecho que el precio completamente haya estallado a la alza. Estos son mini reactores nucleares, para que sepan, mini reactores nucleares, estamos yendo a ese nuevo mundo. Y también, pues, los que vieron cuando me saqué la lotería vendiendo 50% de mi bolsa acá, no fue nada, honestamente, no, ya saben ustedes, o sea, no les tengo que explicar que no soy un genio, ustedes lo saben perfecto y me lo recuerdan diario, así que ahí lo tienen. Ok, ¿cómo estamos viendo Oklo? Voy a empezar simplemente con la diaria, después de ver el zampompazo que viene desde básicamente los 5.50, todavía había más camino, pero lo voy a dejar corta. De los 5.50 hasta arriba, Oklo ha tenido una apreciación absolutamente brutal. Perdón, estoy cagándola con mi teclado, pero ahí les va una vez más. Estamos hablando de un súper tranquilo 991% a la alza. Solamente súper tranquilo. ¿Desde cuándo? Desde septiembre del 2024. O sea, si te metiste hace 5 meses en esto, felicidades. Me imagino que se ve bien tu bolsa, ¿no? Eso está chido. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estoy viendo con Oklo? Uno, este fue un punto muy importante de resistencia para el precio, justamente los 26.40. ¿A qué punto de importante? Cierres, cierres, cierres. Y acá nos hizo un SFP antes de en verdad llevarnos a la gloria. Entonces, para mí, los 26.48 van a ser un punto muy importante para el precio encontrar un fuerte rebote. O sea, mínimo si llega a venir hasta acá, voy a esperar a que venga a haber un rebote potente. Lo que queremos saber es qué tanto va a bajar ahora, ¿no? ¿Dónde va a encontrar suelo para después continuar haciendo nuevos altos históricos? Vamos a exactamente analizar eso en este momento. Otra cosa que quiero que vean también son los rangos, como en Tesla. Rango, 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 ¿ok? Ahí los pueden ver. Estos son los dos rangos donde creo que vamos a estar participando, y yo creo que esta parte en los 26.55 podría ser donde extremos son vistos. ¿A qué me refiero con eso? Que el precio tal vez lo llegue a tocar, pero rebote fuertemente. Es lo que diría el viejo Salo. Vale, no vale la pena ver la mensual en esta tabla, hay muy pocos datos, personalmente no me fío para nada. Esto fue lo que yo vi que me hizo hacer vender, ¿no? Este tipo de acción estando tan arriba en el HPDR es donde dices, güey, esto está ya sobrecalentado y tenemos que consolidar. Pueden ver nuestra volatilidad está completamente en extremos, ya ha estado en extremos, le encanta estar en extremos y seguirá estando en extremos en Oklo, probablemente, pero vean esto, o sea, estos reads de volatilidad no paran en extremos y ahora la volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio en lo que estamos viendo justamente esta corrección. Y si lo pueden ver así en la de 2 semanas también, yo creo que se ve bastante sencillo. Vienes de tomar el promedio del 9 y te da estos golpes a la alza cada que lo vienes a tocar, vas a extremos. Tocas, pero lo dejaste de tocar aquí abajo. Entonces, acá vas a venir y muy probablemente, si Oklo cae de los 33.69, tu segunda parada van a ser los 31.24. Los 31.24 es tu promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, por si no tienes un HPDR, bastante sencillo de tenerlo. Y de ahí tienes los $30. Los $30 es un nivel bastante importante para el precio de Oklo y también mentalmente perder los $50 sería, es por eso que me gusta esta entrada en los 26.79, porque pienso que ahí mucha gente diría, no, se va de vuelta a los 18. Pero cada quien, en esta tabla no me voy a hacer que soy el experto, simplemente me he cagado. Honestamente, he tenido muchísima suerte con esta tabla. Y más allá de eso, no les puedo decir que sé leerla al pie de la letra. Simplemente sé cuando algo está en un extremo y sé lo que tengo que hacer cuando algo está en un extremo que tengo. Ok, vamos a la semanal. Semanal, vamos a ver el cero de volatilidad, un poco de lo mismo, venimos de extremos, intentando hacer un doble extremo, pero oficialmente vamos contrayendo por este momento, por lo que la volatilidad tampoco nos va a ayudar mucho. Tenemos un rechazo del promedio del 9, lo que nos debería llevar a los $30 baratamente, justamente, a menos de que nos pueda parar esta zona en los 31.92, pero no tendría por qué. Originalmente nuestro promedio del 21, que también coincide con mi línea meme en los $30, es el siguiente nivel. De ahí podríamos decir, siguientes niveles es justamente el 26, 25.97 o 26, que es el que yo tengo acá. Ok, vámonos a en esta la voy a poner 3 días. Vamos a 3 días, tenemos esta vela topera que instantáneamente nos dio confirmación, caímos del promedio del 9, lo venimos a intentar retomar, rechazo para abajo, caímos toda esta zona, la zona azul, por cierto, está aquí adentro, nada más no la pueden ver por lo chiquita que es. Esta es la zona azul de Oklo en la de 3 días. Estamos en la parte baja y recuerden, le gusta ir extremos en los dos lados. ¿Dónde tenemos un extremo? El 97% en los $30. Nuestra siguiente parada deberían de ser los $33 y de no aguantar los 31.72. De ahí los $30 deberían de aguantar bastante bien. Y ya para irnos al extremo de extremos, estás hablando de los $20, que me suena bastante difícil. Los $30 debería de pararnos, simplemente jugar con nuestros sentimientos y jugarnos con esta gatada en esta línea es probablemente lo que va a ocurrir si llegamos a esos niveles. Diaria, ya estamos cayendo el 97%, rechazo el 34% y vamos a ir a buscar nuestro promedio del 100, que está entre nuestra línea meme en los 26 y nuestra línea en los 30. Esto va a continuar subiendo y probablemente decirnos que por ahí de los 30 es cuando la vamos a alcanzar y vamos a ver si eso aguanta. Pero ya a este punto también tienes que ver, o sea, tal cual como del otro lado me salí porque estaba en un extremo, aquí estás en otro extremo. Entonces, para simplificarles a todos ustedes la vida, mis corazoncitos, oigan, qué buena onda. Déjenme quito esto. Se las voy a poner sencilla. Pibes. ¿Ok? Perdón, me está resbalando la cosa. Ahí está. Ok. Primera oportunidad en Oklo es donde estás. Si eres alcista. Segunda oportunidad, los 30. En mi opinión, la oportunidad de oro está en los 26. Esta sería 1, estas serían 2 y estas serían 3 para entrar. Si es que la postura continúa alcista, de perder el nivel de los 26.58, vamos a ir a buscar el rango hasta los 18. Que lo tengan, o sea, no viene sin riesgo esto. Pero viendo lo cansado que ya está el movimiento y que estamos en extremos, en la diaria, la de 3 días a la baja, yo creo que estamos cerca del fondo local. de nuevo hagan su tarea, no me escuchen, yo no sé nada de esto, estoy aprendiendo, solamente escucho a estos tíos que son unos cracks. All righty, sir, let's do open. Open legs.
Door.
Oh, door, sorry. A completely different company from the one I was looking at.
I would take the other one instead, though.
Yeah, me too. That's why I was so excited to analyze that one. I was like, finally, one with videos. But I guess we'll stick to the other one.
That's unfortunate. But there's a lot of websites that you can access for that type of content.
Yes, there is. Unless you live in fucking Europe, and then you have to get a passport with so many tries that allows you to only go 30 times a month to your favorite porn website. No, it's 20. And then after the 20, they tell you, you can continue to go. You just have to let us know that you want more visits. That's pretty cool. No, that's a good relationship with your government.
Imagine living in that kind of a shithole. Or Saudi Arabia, where they'll kill you for it.
Yeah, no, thank you.
All right, so on the monthly on this thing, it looks kind of dog shit. It basically goes down only. You get a high, low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Working on a lower low right here. It's just not looking good, right? Like, it's never looked good, to be honest. We're dancing right around this bottom 38.2% at $1.30. We're only $10 above that. I mean, not $10, 10 cents above that. And the last time we lost the 38.2% was right here. And following the loss of the 38.2%, we dropped another 90% to the downside. So let's just, for funsies, say we close below 38.2%, drop it 90%. God, good Lord, this is like 11 cents. For my Mexican friends, that's 11 cents.
Stop it.
Momentum is currently pointed down, rejecting the bullish control zone, just drop below the moving average, while volatility is pointing up, and the jewel is once again flipping it to a sell signal, rejecting the neutral signal, and never got into a buy signal off of this lower high. Let's see if there's any divergences. Oh, yes, there is indeed. So over here, we have a higher, this was at $2.18, and then this one was at, oh, never mind. It's very slightly higher, so there's no hidden bearish divergence. But the last time we dropped below the moving average on momentum, it was right here on this high. So from there, we dropped, let's see, what is that right here? About 65% before momentum eventually broke back above the moving average right here. And then after we've lost it now, let's see how much we've lost. We lost it right about there. We've only dropped 7%. Let's apply the 60% number, and that put us at about 55 cents. It is not looking good. Let's also mark with the vertical line when we first got a fresh sell signal on the jewel as well. 1, 2. This was 56% to the downside. This every single signal you're looking at just screams bearishness.
Oh, yeah.
The 2-week is now breaking into the bearish control zone on momentum. Volatility is pointed sharply up. We've lost at 38.2%, and now we're rejecting it. Along with the jewel giving us a nice sell signal, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone. Let's see if we can find a similar point where we've lost at 38.2%. Lost it right there. From close, went down 29.9%. Lost it right there. From close, went down 71%. Let's just do the minimum move of 29% because we're feeling generous. Brings us exactly to the 78.6%. It's somewhere around $1.15. That $1.15 would also be within this wick, and that's going to be the absolute last hopium area for bulls to put in a higher low on a wick basis from this low here. Otherwise, this is very likely dropping below $1 and probably significantly below $1. What does this company do again? Is it the online reviews or?
Open Door Technologies. I can't remember. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you right now.
I think they make like you can review your workplace or something like that.
I thought Open Door was the housing thing. 1 second. Open Door. Come
On the weekly, we are getting a little bit of a bounce, which is promising to see right at the median, $1.33. If we do close over that median, probabilities are we'll come to the top 38.2%. Bad news is that would still be a lower high in a series of lower highs right around that 9 EMA, and that would also just be a retest of this across the downside at about $1.50 to $1.55. Right now, hopium's momentum is pointed up, with volatility starting to point up, still technically below the moving average. And now the jewel is giving you a buy signal. Has not confirmed it yet, but likely, if as long as the median holds, it will confirm that buy signal. That will give you a bounce towards that 38.2%, still putting in a lower high, and likely that lower high holds based off of the high time frames. 5 days as well as getting the same signal as the weekly with momentum pointed up. Volatility is slightly pointed up, but the 5-day has not yet given the buy signal, still on a neutral. 2 days also getting momentum flipping to the upside. This high, and it's getting back over the moving average, getting close to the bullish control zone with volatility supporting it on the 2-day. And now the 2-day has the jewel getting the light blue out of the bullish control zone and the pink crossing above the yellow, light blue above everything else. Let's see what the vertical line when that happened last time. Right there. Uh-oh. Right there, sort of. Just move it over a little bit. And right there. Wait, no, that's not it. I'm blind.
Did I say what Open Door was? Open Door is a company that buys and sells real estate online.
Really? Is that what Zillow does, or did they just post?
I think it's different because these guys are more actively trading, whereas Zillow is more of an intermediary. It's a middleman, right, between buyers and sellers. Although they do some other stuff. No, they do own some stuff. It's just obviously any company that has money is getting into properties, right? That does real estate. So they do. Zillow has purchased some. They've also remodeled some. Some of these moves have been terrible for them. Some of them have been great. But Open Door is more straightforward. Like they buy and sell houses themselves.
Where the hell is the price? Oh, is it so small that you can't even see it?
No way.
Where the fuck is the price at?
Well, it would be on that line on the 142s. Are you?
Let me switch over to one of the.
There you go.
So where's the? Oh, it's way higher. That's why I'm retarded.
Welcome to my world.
Because I'm looking at something that goes down only, so the price is way higher. All right, so this was jewel crossing pink above the yellow, and the light and the oscillator getting out of the bearish control zone. Yep. Produces how much of a move? From the open to the high, about 75% on this one. This one was also quite the bounce. But notice every single one was just a lower high. 162% to the upside, and it just made a lower high. It's quite bearish. It's not bad for short-term trading, but very bad for long-term holding.
Yep. Well, this thing has a long time before it can go up again, right? Because there's nothing helping housing right now.
There's another 92% to the upside.
I mean, now it only has to move like 30 cents to be a 300% move.
So it could easily double and it would still be bearish as fuck. 37%. So if we apply that with vertical line here, and see how much of a move we've got so far. Oops. That's to zoom in on the jewel, so this will be a little easier. Right There. How much of a move is that? That was literally the top. From open to wick high, about 5.8%. And as of right now, we are down 14% from the open. If we do put in the smallest move, which is about like 9%, that would be right basically to this 55 EMA at like $1.68-69, and that would still be a lower high. Let's just theoretically do that move of about 90%, although I don't think this is going to happen. That puts us at very close to $3. I feel like what's a lot more likely is that we bounce towards that $1.68-69 area, put in a lower high, and then end up down from there. Daily is now flipping down on momentum, losing the bullish control zone, losing the moving average, and we're below the reset points, approaching somewhere around the bearish control zone, with volatility about to flip up and the jewel losing the buy signal. Invalidation of this bearish short-term bearishness is going to be closing over this median, which is very unlikely now because we see the 21 EMA and the 9 EMA bunch at and the 5 bunch right at the median. So you have 3 major moving averages and the median sitting at that same zone of exactly $1.46. As long as you're below that, this isn't more of a bearish posturing, and even on the daily, it's in a downtrend. Very likely, if you reject that, you're going to break these lows here at $1.28, probably going to go somewhere around the 61.8% to the 78.6, and that puts you at about $1.28 at this low, towards maybe somewhere around $1.18. And at that point, you're going to have broken down on the macro time frames, and you're probably breaking below $1. 4 hours now within the bearish control zone with volatility support. And now the jewel is about to enter into the bearish control zone as well. Let's see what the vertical line would happen every time we entered into the bearish control zone on the jewel.
While you pull that up, let me tell everybody that we have a trading alert to be posted very soon for a move on Bitcoin. We have a trading alert very soon coming to you. Well, it's posted already for Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So there you go. Thank you, sir.
Oops. Where's another example? All right, that should be enough. Quite the dumpski. This was 32.8%. %. Let's see, did this go lower? There. Let's take this into close. 25.2%. $35.7%, and then a little bit of a bounce, and then eventually 38%. Now let's look at the current. We're just at the edge of the bearish control zone. So if we do lose it, which is going to coincide with us rejecting this bottom 38.2% at around $1.53, let's do that move from here at around 25%. 25% brings us to around roughly $1, which is also a very round psychological number. But at that point, it's very likely dropping below $1. Maybe it'll get a pity bounce at somewhere around $1. Ding! A very bad sign. Monthly has confirmed hidden bearish divergence off of this lower high. Last time off of the hidden bearish divergence, we went down, not lower, 69%. Very nice number. Now let's see the bearish divergence and drop it by 69%.
Oh boy.
Come on. It's below $1, somewhere around 80 cent, low 80 cent area, which also lines up with the previous thesis bias of dropping below $1. Biasing all over the screen.
I got 91 cents. Next.
We had bullish divergence within the critical zone. We got a little bit of a bounce. Then we put in hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as we're closing below $2.48. If we close below about $1.35, we're going to get a continuation on this divergence, which brings us towards the bearish critical zone. Right now, it doesn't tell you what that number is. Weekly has, nope, never mind. It was invalidated. No. This thing loves to quickly invalidate divergences. Ding.
Man, I know it goes against everything, but I want to buy Solana. Everyone is saying that Solana is cooked, Solana is ruined, blah, blah, blah.
Beautiful signal.
Yeah. I mean, a bounce.
140s is where I'm watching.
I think so too. I got 143. Exactly.
There we go.
I believe that's one of the monthly major EMAs as well.
Yeah.
Maybe the 21 or something like that. But monthly momentum on this thing is pretty sharply to the downside, along with volatility contraction. It's going to be pointed down as long as we're below 160 and we're within the critical zone. Last time we were in the critical zone, we broke in over here, and then we dumped 90%. So if we take it from where we were in the critical zone from this point, we entered here, we're only down about a tranquilo 48%. Let's take 90% from here. Not very tranquilo. About 90 cents, 98 cents.
Damn, fits right in our biases.
Yeah, it's beautiful bias. K-Rika bias. 2 week is now getting volatility expansion from around like 10%, 10 to 12%. It's currently at 24% above the moving average, and now it's rejecting the bearish control zone and flipping back into the critical zone, bearish critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $1.46. Weekly is starting to flip up with volatility contraction, giving you more of a corrective bounce posturing. And it's going to be corrective as long as we're closing below $2.48. With this setup, what I could see is at a maximum going somewhere around the 55. Don't think it's likely though, somewhere around $2. What I think is more likely is if we continue this bounce from where we're getting right now, we probably top out somewhere between 165 or on the 21 EMA. And then probably volatility starts expanding with this momentum flipping down. 5 days also getting volatility expansion, the momentum pointing up, but it's just on the edge. It's going to flip down if we close below 143. We're now at 1 cent above that. 2 days getting volatility contraction with momentum pointing up, also leading bearish, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're below or above 134. Daily is now starting to flip down with a derp of death, and we're going to be pointed down below 158. Let's see what happened last time we got that derp of death. Right there. We went down about 36% before bouncing. This time around, derp of death, let's see, about 15%, then 24%, and then 32%. So let's take it from this derp of death. Got it right there. We're only down 12%. Even the minimum move of 15% brings us down to about $1.26. And then if we move a little bit more towards 20%, that's about roughly $1.10 area. Four hours now getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed down. Not really the most bullish thing ever. And we got a derp of death, and we're going to be pointed down below $1.48. All right. So basically, every single time frame that you look at on this thing is basically every single one is extremely bearish. It just looks like it's fucked. The monthly is in an eternal downtrend. The whole PM right now is that it gets a slight bounce to put in a lower high before another lower low happens, and it kind of looks like that already is happening, because the weekly is starting to flip up with volatility contraction. The 5-day is starting to flip up, but that one has volatility expansion. And if you flip down to the lower time frames, it kind of looks like the lower high is already in. Possibly we could get another move to 165. I would just be looking at that as a short opportunity. And we are starting to get momentum flipping down. And it does look like a very high probability somewhere between now and 165 is going to be the next lower high, before it's testing somewhere around the low to mid 120s, getting a slight bounce there, and then eventually down to around $1, maybe $1.10, $1.05, slight bounce there, and then somewhere around 90-cent area eventually. Invalidation is going to be closing above $2.48 on a daily basis. Very unlikely that happens, IMO.
Damn. Now let me just quickly share that with you. This is how we had it already. This is the bounce up, just like what you're saying. This is just on a weekly chart. Bounce up, reject, bounce to the 117, go up, go down, 19, create a new all-time low, and then get cooked.
No bueno.
Yep. Is there anything else you'd like to add, sir? We're basically done. 4 hours. Thank you so much. Thank you for putting up with my 30-minute delay. I apologize for that.
Oh, no worries. All good, sir.
Yeah. No, thank you so much, boys. You guys did a fantastic job today. That was great. Nice and easy.
Yeah, it was very smooth today, honestly. Very smooth.
Buenas tardes.
All right. Well, you guys go enjoy your day, and I'll tell everybody too in Spanish that we just posted that trade. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Farhan. You boys
Hasta
enjoy.
luego.
Be good. Por cierto, antes de que se me olvide, acabamos de poner un trade en el eTrading Academy para los miembros que tienen los trading alerts, para que sepan, movimiento de Bitcoin, atentos. Hemos estado en una racha calientita, así que no quiero que se lo pierdan los que están ya registrados, por favor, no se lo pierdan, ahí está ya puesto. Otra cosa que vale la pena aclarar, nuestro torneo en BTCC, donde estamos dando $60,000 al ganador del torneo de trading, lo único que tienen que hacer es registrarse con nuestro enlace en BTCC, el de abajo, y una vez registrados con ese enlace, todos los trades entran en esto. O sea, no hay como, para participar en el torneo voy a hacer este trade. Todos tus trades, porque lo que estamos tomando en cuenta es todo tu P&L junto, no es volumen, es P&L. O sea, si entras, ponte tú con $100 y haces 500% y eres el que más porcentaje ganó, te llevas el primer lugar, creo que son el 40% de todo esto. Denme un segundo y ahora se los confirmo en 2 segunditos. Es correcto, 40% de esos 60,000 se van al primer lugar, al segundo 30%, al tercero 15%, al cuarto 10% y al quinto 5% de esos deliciosos 60,000 bolas. Vale, con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a analizar Open, que se viene. Open no es una empresa de bienes raíces, por cierto, compran y venden bienes raíces. Solamente quiero aclarar una cosa. Tienen resultados en 3 días, por cierto. Eso es algo que quiero aclarar. Tienen resultados en 3 días. Esta acción ha estado cayendo brutalmente y lo pueden ver acá. Gráfica de 2 meses. ¿Desde qué punto? Desde los $39 y estamos cotizando en 1.42. Ni Fisker hizo tan bien las cosas. Ahora, esta acción está cocinada y la empresa, no tengo ni idea, honestamente, no estoy tan familiarizado con esta empresa, no les puedo decir que sí, pero lo que sí podemos ver es cómo hemos tenido rechazos en la de 2 meses en la bimestral, todo el tiempo menos una vez que tuvimos este cierre, ¿no? En noviembre del 2023, que fue el pico. Y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo. Ahora, algo que se me hace interesante es poder analizar cuándo esta cosa le fue bien. ¿Cuándo exactamente fue que le fue bien? Salió en mayo del 2020, hizo un tope en enero del 2021. Tiene sentido, porque después de esto subieron los intereses y de ahí ha estado cayendo porque las casas están más caras y no te puedes endeudar tanto. Esto podría ser una oportunidad muy interesante porque en el fondo, ahora, esto puede irse a bancarrota, que nos quede claro, ¿ok? y todas las temporalidades, absolutamente todas, perdón, no sé por qué sigo acá, todas las temporalidades, absolutamente todas son bajistas. Momentum bajista. Todo es bajista en esta tabla. Pero una vez más, normalmente, tíos, normalmente en el fondo de algo se ve aún más bajista. Es instantáneamente cuánto va a bajar. ¿Ok? Para que lo tengan en mente. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Porque puede, una vez más, no estoy familiarizado con la empresa, no les voy a decir como con Rivian de que no hay forma, bla, bla, bla. Esta empresa ahora solamente vale un billón de dólares. Llegó a valer básicamente 38 mil millones de dólares, solamente vale 38 veces menos que antes, ¿ok? Y bienes raíces van a subir y todavía le falta muchísimo tiempo para que las transacciones en bienes raíces aumenten en Estados Unidos. O sea, estamos hablando de un año y medio, ¿ok? ¿Esto qué nos dice? Que esto en corto no se ve bien, ¿no? Yo creo que los voy a llevar a la semanal, poner esto en perspectiva. Una vez más, venimos de estos altos más bajos, cayendo, y de ahí básicamente los voy a llevar a donde estoy. Básicamente, desde julio del 2023 hemos estado en esta tendencia donde estamos creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, desde haber podido haber roto esto en el febrero hasta julio del 2023. Y desde entonces hemos continuado cayendo. Los había puesto en este triangulito y el triangulito se rompió a la baja. ¿Qué pasa normalmente cuando se rompe a la baja algo? Vienes a retestear una vez más en dónde se rompió, pero ya tuviste, o sea, ese retesteo ya ocurrió, pasó esto, retesteo y para abajo, retesteo y para abajo. Lo que pensamos ahorita que va a pasar con Open Door y a lo que le damos chance es justamente este tipo de acción. Lo que no sabemos es qué tan alto va a ser ese retesteo. ¿Va a ser al 21? ¿Va a ser más abajo que este alto? ¿Va a ser a la línea meme? ¿O simplemente se va a quedar aquí donde está el 9? Del 9 caer y venir para acá. Nosotros pensamos que esto es lo que va a pasar con el precio a corto plazo de Open Door, pero voy a investigar y mantenerme un poco informado de esto y me gustaría que lo haya puesto en el chat, que me diga por qué tendrías fe en Open Door. Me gustaría saber, porque a cierto punto todo esto se va a dar la vuelta, ¿no? Y estás buscando oportunidades que quieran hacer un 5, 10, 15X. Eso es lo que yo estoy buscando en este momento, ¿no? En mis tablas. Para cuando el mercado esté listo y puesto, dividir mi riesgo y ponerlo todo en el asador potentemente para, pues, ver cómo nos va. Me interesaría saber, personalmente, ahorita esto se ve muy bajista, acabas de barrer todos los mínimos, creando altos más bajos, creando bajos más bajos, y ahora tu siguiente bajo a barrer va a ser este, en los 1.26, después va a ser el 1.11 y después los 91 centavos. Y personalmente me cuesta trabajo pensar que no vamos a ver estos 91 centavos o cerca de antes de que se voltee todo, si es que se llega a voltear. Así que aquí no hay tanto juego tampoco, porque ¿cuánto te va a dar un movimiento de aquí a acá? Ya sabes, no es tanto, pero esto es negativo. Lo único en lo que estamos viendo ahorita es un rebote en este punto para ir a buscar un rechazo de algún punto y después dar continuación a la baja, que es lo que la tendencia nos dice. Y con eso los puedo dejar. 4 horas, 30 minutos, nada mal. Muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por acompañarnos. Se les aprecia como siempre. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Nos vemos después, como el que no. Vayan a ver el trade de Bitcoin que acabamos de poner. Quien quiera tradear en nuestro concurso para ganar los $60,000 en USDT, bueno, parte de, porque los primeros 5 se llevan un premio. Denle aquí en nuestro enlace abajo. Métanse a nuestro Discord para apoyarse en todo. Hay muchísimas cosas que son gratis. Nada de esto cuesta. Y ya si quieren aprender más a detalle, ahí tenemos cosas en el sitio. Nunca les vamos a escribir, nunca les vamos a mandar mensajes, nunca les vamos a pedir dinero para nada. Todo está en el sitio y todo lo puede hacer automáticamente. Les mando un abrazo. Gracias por todo. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos en la